Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to the stream. I am Razim, and tonight we've got some city skylines, we've got some narration from Rygone, and we've got both Mirai and Whiskers here doing some art for you all. Commissions are open. They are $33 for line, $77 for colors. Do message me on Discord or Telegram if you would like a piece. But now, let's go ahead and break Rex.
Well, my head's just tilting. I came in to say hi, and I got pulled in to supposedly get broken. I'm actually kind of excited to see what's going on now. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
You don't get told you're gonna get broken every day.
Delphox Paws. This
What do you
stream is
got?
Sponsored by Delphox Paws.
I've been pretty... You got it colored already! Yo! I didn't know that. I thought they were brown. They're green? Oh, you learn something every day. Oh, shit! That's so sick. The shading's really well. Damn, how much did you get full shading? That's actually like full on like the highest thing for shading. I don't know how to talk right now. That's fucking sick. Ah, that's so cool. I haven't gotten like a full on colored chopper art. This is like the last time I got it, which is really freaking cool too, actually. Oh man, I can't wait to post this and show this around the beans. Oh, I'm glad y'all liking it too. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you very much. This is awesome. Yo.
Absolutely.
It's from Raish. From Raish. How you say
Yes.
it right? Raish.
It is from Raish.
Thank you, Raish. It's so fucking awesome. You should like link their stuff in the chat or something. This is so fucking cool.
I don't have it readily available. They go by about 15 different names. So it's kind of difficult to do so, unfortunately.
I understand. I have our best friends that do that too.
I will say I will be posting it to my various places soon, so you guys will be able to see it soon. Also, here is kind of the prequel of it, with Squirrel pulling off the chestnuts and throwing them behind him, and, well, Chomper's eating them.
We can literally put a side by side, just put a little background, bam, we're all in the same picture. That's so awesome. Jace, yeah, I'm glad you like it. Damn, I mean, damn. Chomper liking his new arm.
Like I said, you were gonna get broken.
I just don't get art that much, so like full on shaded like that. Like as a surprises that was a thank you. That was a nice surprise. Thank you. Huh. Look at Squirrel over there.
Yeah,
I
that
was
tail
already
of his
happy.
is going thump, 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 thump.
I was already happy as it is. It was a pretty good day, so. Oh man. Oh man. Well, this is icing on the cake right now because, like, literally, I woke up, took wife to therapy. The therapist said that I was a good raptor. Can you believe that shit? A therapist said I'm a good raptor, so I'm fucking riding high right now.
Well, you are a good Bambi Raptor.
No, dang.
Yes, you are. You are such a good boy.
Actually, that is a very good voice line.
I'm not a Bambi raptor though. That's a small raptor. I'm a Utah raptor. I'm big.
You are
I'll take
whatever
that
I
good boy, though,
say
thank
you are.
Oh, hey, okay. All right, it's getting a little risque now. Let's go ahead and you already, Spectre, quick, Rygone, quick, do a furry joke. Hurry, talk about the boards and the nails. Something. Deviate this from me. Ayúdame. High five. Tag in. Anything. Why aren't you talking? Help!
Picks up the little Bambi raptor, gives huggles.
That's not helping! That's adding to the flame! What?
Okay, I'm not gonna do the Pokemon TF cards right now, sorry.
Oh, I would have to go anyway. I really should. Yeah, I really should be going.
Yes, go enjoy your walkies.
It's for Bianca. It's Bianca's walkies, not my walkies. I'm going to go walkies anyway.
Whatever you say. Enjoy your walkies, good boy.
Love you. Are you a good beans? Good seeing
too.
you. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
So yeah, that was Rex for a brief moment.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, I was
Alright,
going to
then-
break him.
Then to go on my thing, this is addressed to Ledford, my man, who asked what is the furry community. But of course, anyone else is welcome to pitch in and whatnot and learn. So I've been a part of the furry community for a little over, well, not a little, for over a decade now at this point. And what I can say is that compared to a lot of different communities out there, the furry community is perhaps one of the most accepting communities. It's one of the most welcoming and warm communities you could find. It's been around for literally decades, and it has people of all colors and backgrounds as a part of it. Everything from politicians to, well, just plain old high school students and even less. But there is something that should be a bit of a warning. Part of the furry community's thing is being able to express oneself. Usually that is done through a means like, say, for example, a fursona, where you can portray yourself as a creature of your own choice. But it's not just this kind of self-expression that is encouraged. Oftentimes people are asked to look after, for example, their mental health, or to determine such things as controversial issues. But perhaps what is most forefront, at least in terms of like mass media and whatnot, is sexuality. And obviously, because people are more free with their sexuality, that can bring with it its own set of freedoms and issues. So to anyone looking to get in as part of the furry fandom, yes, the sexual nature of it is not the main aspect of furries. It's just not. But it's something that one has to be aware of, as well as the dangers that it may pose. For example, because there are sometimes younger individuals who are maybe naive, they may be taken advantage of. That said, the furry fandom is very, very good at being able to self-police itself. It drives out such things as predators as well as other unsavory types. And like I said, it tends to do a very good job at making sure that the community continues to remain a good, warm, welcoming place. Just obviously practice your common sense with it. But I really, honestly, even if you don't intend to ever become a furry, I highly recommend engaging yourself with the furry community. Not only from a monetary sense for like artists and other content creators, but also from a personal sense. Having people who are willing to accept you for exactly who you are, it can honestly be a little liberating. You don't have to have a fursona to, benefit from that. But yeah, honestly, the furry fandom is a large community. It is a welcoming community. It's a very creative community. But we also must remember that we're dealing with people, and people, there will always be some bad apples in every bunch. Just thankfully, the furry community tends to be a little bit better at keeping those from spoiling the bunch, as it were, compared to other communities. Just as always, as I would always recommend to anybody, surround yourself with people, if you do choose to engage in that community, who will support you, who will love you, and who will encourage you to be the best possible version of you can be. If anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to take a few now, before we move on to the next chapter.
No, I think you said it very well. Like, furries are very welcoming. We make sure that bad actors don't stick around. Or at least, the best that it's actually possible. And otherwise, like, that's not to say everything's, rainbows and unicorns and whatnot. There's some things that just stick around, but in general, it's a really chill, really fun place. Just hanging out, having friends. And hello there in the
And honestly, I think one of the furry community's greatest strengths is that it's very integratable with a lot of other fandoms and communities as well. You enjoy Star Trek? Great. You can be a furry in Star Trek. Enjoy Warhammer 40k? Great. You can be a furry in Warhammer 40k. You don't have to give up other interests to be a furry.
Alright, Whiskers is finished with Rygone's art. I've sent you the next piece there, Whiskers.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Whiskers. I appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed me narrating tonight, and I hope it was worth your hard efforts.
Oh yeah, for sure, Slitherite. Like, it's actually something that I saw a very interesting video last night regarding is these days the entire world's connected. And so that sense of community has kind of dwindled, which is something that you can get back with the furry community. By, you know, joining in and such. We all have our little parts of the internet, and even then, furries are a subsection of humanity as a whole. So you've got your little, as Slitherite put it, tribe that you get to interact with, be together, and just have a nice time.
Yep. Just obviously make sure you're practicing common sense. Something in your gut is telling you something's not right with a group of people. You should probably listen to it. I unfortunately have seen more than one young individual who's become part of a group, and then it turns out that they were just simply using and abusing that individual the whole time. Like, for example, Shine and I recently watched a video where this kid became friends with two WoW players, and the WoW players figured that they would troll the kid. So they told him that this one, like, enemy would spawn, like, a rare mount, and they would have the kid go and just, you know, kill that creature over and over for days, weeks, months on end, trying to get this mount. And obviously that was never going to happen, and they never told him. You know, there's more to that particular story, but you can see what I mean. There can be disingenuous people, and it can be pretty easy that just because people talk to you, to call them a friend. But seriously, use your common sense. If something's telling you something's not right, it's probably for a reason.
I will definitely say that when it comes to, like, I know for the furry community has a lot of they're like, oh, there's so many horrible people here, and it's more because we call that out.
Did you hear what happened
Like,
to the final hit?
the general humanity as a whole, you know, if there's a bad actor, they only know, only those that are close by to that, to the victim or whatever term you want to use there, they're the only ones that actually wind up finding out.
Garage.
But furries, we're like, we shouted from the rooftops and such. We are like, yeah, we don't want to associate with this person. They are bad.
Unfortunately, due to such things as mass media always concentrating on such things as the negative, oftentimes these bad actors, whether they be, unfortunately, child abusers or animal abusers, what have you, the mass media will oftentimes focus on these individuals, and they'll try to broaden, like, oh, see, this one person's like that. That must mean they all are, or they all have this interest. For example, I've known some people around me that just simply because they enjoy feral animals, that suddenly they're into zoophilia, even though none of them ever had that intention.
I actually have dealt with that myself. It's like,
At least the
for me,
back,
I like feral TF. Doesn't mean that I want to go out there and,
I'm sorry, I like
do
the
that
way
kind of
you guys-
gross stuff. I want to be the animal. I want to be running around carefree with no worries or anything. It's not about doing things of that nature. It's just, that's what that's something that sounds very appealing to me.
Squat house.
But unfortunately,
Yeah.
people,
I just didn't hear the part behind
you
it.
know.
The
They
music
don't,
is
look
playing
at it that
very
way.
happy music right now when we're talking about this topic.
Oh, God.
If I
Da-
could
da-
do
da-
the forest, then
Diddle it. I feel like
I
putting a bunch of
have it
fruit on my
so
head
it's
and
like
jigging with it.
the stairs to the next floor. Yeah.
But yeah, it's important to also separate, the good from the bad. The furry community honestly does have a lot to offer for everybody. But obviously, just gotta be kind of smart about it. Mass media's gonna try to paint one picture, other people are gonna try to paint another. Right? Just try to, how best to say it? Use your own judgment. You know? And do not be afraid to practice your boundaries.
Yeah, Slitherite, yeah.
Um,
Anyways, shall we get on to happier subjects like the Dresden Files?
Sure. Well, honestly, Drunk Dragon Era, if the community turns on you, it's probably for a damn good reason. I mean, that's not to say that there aren't people who, white knight and shit, like you see in any community. But, yeah. There are some people that, some bad actors, like Zim says. It's honestly better that they're not a part of the community sometimes. For good reason. Alright. We'll go ahead and we'll move on to our next chapter. Well, actually, I'll give everyone about 2 more minutes if there's any more questions that you all wish to ask. Well, I take a very long sip out of my little sippy cup here. Welcome home, Varian Cat. Hope that you are safe and happy. Hop, hop, hop.
Duke.
Will I be streaming around 4:30 tomorrow? Maybe. I might be heading up to a nearby city to drop off some paperwork, but it also looks like I might be just doing that on Monday. So I haven't figured out what the plan is. So it's a good potential I might not be here. Yeah, there's also a decent potential I might be. So best I could say is I don't know. Default is yes, but I don't know.
Hey there, Milo.
That's fine, Ledford. And honestly, I run a lot of VODs, so if you do end up missing the stream or I stream later and you're not able to catch it, the VODs are there for you to watch. Feel free to enjoy them. Go ahead, Zim.
Yeah, I myself upload to YouTube, so even if you miss this live stream, I'm still there for you guys to go watch on YouTube. But
Tim, don't you mean us tube?
us too.
Is that you saying you need a break, or...
I'm on your stream so frequently at this point.
Okay.
Fair. Very fair.
You know, it's starting to get around the time you said you would have to, go. So I didn't want to keep you.
I just wonder though, how many of your viewers are just like, oh god, it's this guy.
I doubt any of them.
Probably
Side effect is like our tube.
at least...
Play the Russian national anthem. It is our tube, comrade. Alrighty, everyone. I don't think anyone has any questions. So I will go ahead and I will move on to the next chapter.
One last thing real quick. Just a reminder, everybody, we are taking commissions live here. $33 if you want line art, $77 if you want colors. Message me on Discord or Telegram with what you would like and such, and we can get that going. Alright, go ahead.
Well, first, here's a meme. Great works of fiction. Title of the book is I'm going to find a therapist and deal with my issues instead of just watching The Office all the way through for the 100th time. I'm like, that's what I keep saying. Just come to me. We work through things. You don't have to stuff your face with yet another potato. Chop the potato. You're simul watching me, so clearly you don't dislike him being on? Alright, we'll stop the music. Oh, that's okay, Gluttony. I have ADHD too. It's not a death sentence. And now that you know, you can utilize proper coping techniques and maybe medication to help get you through your days if you need it. Alright. Here we go, everyone. Chapter 20. The cabbie dropped me off a block away from Monica Sell's house in the suburbs. I was running out of time, out of Murphy's loan, and out of patience, so I didn't waste any daylight in walking down the street toward her place. It was a cute little house, 2 stories, a couple of young trees in the front yard, just now starting to rival the house for height. There was a minivan in the driveway, a basketball goal, well used. The lawn was grown rather long, but all the recent rains left a good excuse for that. The street was a quiet one, and it took me a moment to realize that most of the houses on it were not occupied. For sale signs stood in many of the yards, sparse curtains draped over empty, gaping windows like cobwebs. There wasn't a lot of birdsong. For a street with so many trees, but I couldn't hear any dogs barking as I walked along the sidewalk. Overhead, clouds were thickening, building for another thunderstorm. Taken all together, it had the feel of someplace blighted, a place where a black wizard had set up shop. I swung up through the cells yard and to the front door, rang the bell, and waited. There was no answer. I knocked. I leaned on the doorbell. Still no answer. I tightened my jaw and looked around. I didn't see anyone, so I turned back to the door, preparing to use a spell to open it. Instead, the door swung open, maybe 6 inches. Monica Sell stood inside, peering out at me with her green eyes. She was dressed in jeans, a plain flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and her hair was covered by a bandana. She wore no makeup. She looked both older and more appealing that way. I think maybe because it was a more natural look for her, something that was closer to the sort of person she really was, rather than the nicer clothes and jewelry she'd worn when she'd visited my office. Her face went pale, her lips bloodless. "I don't have anything to say to you, Mr. Dresden," she said. "Go away." "I can't do that," I said. She started to swing the door shut, but I jammed the end of my staff into the doorway, keeping it from closing. "I'll call the police," she said, voice strained. She leaned against the door, trying to keep me from coming in. "Do it," I growled, and then I played a hunch. "And I'll tell them about you and your husband." I was taking a shot in the dark. But what the hell? She didn't know that I didn't know what the hell was going on. My instincts paid off. I heard her suck in a breath and felt her resistance on the door sag a little. I put my shoulder to the door, leaned into it hard, and she stepped back from me in surprise. I don't think she'd expected me to physically force my way into her house. Hell, I hadn't expected me to do that. I hadn't realized how angry I was till I saw the look of panic on her face when she looked up at me. I don't know what I looked like, but it must not have been friendly. I stopped. I closed my eyes. I took a deep breath, tried to get a handle on my anger. It wouldn't profit me anything to lose control. That was when she went for the stunner. I heard her move, opened my eyes in time to see her snatch a black plastic case the size of a cellular phone from the piano, lunge toward me. Her face was pale, frightened. Blue lightning danced between the two tines of the stunner as she shoved it at my stomach. I swept my staff upright from right to left, and the buzzing device went past me along with her lunge, striking the door frame behind me. I slipped past her, into the living room, turning to face her as she recovered and turned around. I won't let you hurt them," she snarled. "Not you. Not anyone. I'll kill you before I let you touch them, wizard." And then she was coming at me again, fury replacing the terror in her eyes, a grim determination to succeed that made me think of Murphy for a second. For the first time, she was looking me in the face. For the first time, she forgot to keep her eyes averted from mine. And in that second, I saw inside of her. Things seemed to slow down for a moment. I had time to see the color of her eyes, the structure of her face, to recognize where I had seen them before, why she had looked familiar to me. I had time to see behind her eyes the fear and the love that motivated every move she made, every step she took. I saw what had moved her to come to me, why she was afraid. I saw her grief. I saw her pain. And the pieces all fell into place. Knowing the emotions that drove her, the terrible love that she was showing even now, it all seemed perfectly obvious. But I felt stupid for not figuring it out days ago. "Stop," I said, or tried to say, before she thrust the stunner at my chest. I dropped staff and rod alike in a clatter of falling wood, and caught her wrist in both of my hands. She pushed the stunner up at my face, and I let her do it. It got to within about 3 inches of me. The light brightened my eyes when I drew in a breath, puffed it out onto the stunner, along with an effort of will. There was a spark, a little puff of smoke, and then it went dead in her hands, like every other electronic gizmo seemed to do whenever I came around. Hell, I was surprised it had taken as long as it did to stop working, and even if it hadn't, there wasn't any trouble for me to hex it into uselessness. I continued holding her wrist. but the driving tension behind her arm had eased away to nothing. She was staring at my face, her eyes wide with shock from the meeting of our gazes. She started shaking and dropped the useless stunner from limp fingers. It clattered to the floor. I let go of her, and she just stared at me. I was shaking, too. A soul gaze is never something pleasant or simple. God, sometimes I hated that I had to live with that. I hadn't wanted to know that she had been abused as a child, that she'd married a man who provided her with more of the same as an adult, that the only hope or light that she saw in her life was in her 2 children. There hadn't been time to see all of her reasons, all of her logic. I still didn't know why she had drawn me into this entire business, but I knew that it was, ultimately, because she loved her 2 kids. That was all I really needed. That and one other connection. The nagging resemblance to someone that I had noticed in her at my office. The rest fell into place from there. It took Monica Sells a moment to recover herself. She did it with remarkable speed, as though she were a woman used to drawing on a mask again after having it knocked off. I'm sorry, Mr. Dresden. She lifted her chin and regarded me with a fragile, wounded pride. What do you want here? A couple of things, I told her. I stooped down to recover my staff, my rod. I want a lock of my hair back. I want to know why you came to me last Thursday, why you dragged me into this mess. And I want to know who killed Tommy Tom and Jennifer Stanton and Linda Randall. Monica's eyes grew even duller, and her face paled. Linda's dead? Last night, I told her. And someone's planning on taking me out the same way, the next chance they get. Outside, in the far distance, thunder rumbled. Another storm was in the works, slowly building. When it got to town, I was a dead man. It was as simple as that. I looked back to Monica Sells, and it was all over her face. She knew about the storm just as well as I did. She knew about it, and there was a sort of sad and wary frustration in her eyes. I have to go, Mr. Dresden, she said. I can't be here when... I've got to go before it's too late. I stepped toward her. You're the only chance I have, Monica. I asked you once before to trust me. You've got to do it again. You've got to know that I'm not here to hurt you or your... Door opened in the hallway behind Monica. A girl, on the gawky end of pre-adolescence, with hair the color of her mother's, leaned out into the hallway. Mom? She said in a quavering voice. Mom? Are you okay? You want me to call the police? A boy, perhaps a year or 2 younger than his sister, poked his head out too. He was carrying a well-used basketball in his hands, turning it in nervous little gestures. I looked back to Monica. Her eyes were closed. There were tears coming, trailing down her cheeks. It took her a moment, but she drew in a breath and spoke to the girl in a clear, calm voice, without turning around. I'm fine, she told them. Jenny, Billy, get back into the room and lock the door. I mean it. But, Mom, the boy began. Now, Monica said. Her voice was strained. Jenny put a hand on her brother's shoulder. Come on, Billy. She looked at me for just a moment. Her eyes were too old and too knowing for a child her age. Come on. The two vanished back into the room, closed the door, locked it behind them. Monica waited until they were gone, and then broke down into more tears. Please, Mr. Dresden, you have to go. If you're here when the storm comes, if he knows... She buried her face in her hands and made a quiet, croaking sound. I stepped closer to her. I had to have her help, no matter how much pain she was in, no matter what kind of agony she was going through. I had to have her help. And I thought I knew the names to invoke to get it. You can be such a bastard sometimes. Monica, please. I'm up against a wall. I'm out of options. Everything I have leads here. To you. And I don't have time to wait. I need your help before I wind up just like Jennifer and Tommy and Linda. I saw her eyes, and she looked up at me without turning her gaze away. Please, help me. I watched her eyes, saw the fear and the grief and the weariness there. I saw her look at me as I leaned on her, and demanded more out of her than she could afford to give. All right, she whispered. She turned away and walked toward the kitchen. All right, I'll tell you what I know, Wizard. There is nothing I can do to help you. She paused at the doorway and looked back at me. Her words fell with the weight of conviction. Simple truth. There's nothing anyone can do now. That is the end of chapter 20.
Yeah, I remember this part leading me to not sleep for a while. Just because I could not stop myself from continuing to listen and continue through it.
Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Rockamoutzy raided my stream with 2 viewers.
Rocco! Hello there! Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? Oh, yeah, Orca. A good book can really mess up your day, your sleep schedule, because you just keep going and going. Having internet issues? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But welcome on in, everybody. I am Raw Zim. We currently have a bunch going on here. I am doing some City Skylines 2. I've got Whiskers doing some art over there on the left. Mirai doing art up above. And then Rygone over at the channel Rygone Plays is currently doing some narration for us. He is reading the Dresden Files. A really, really good series. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing your community. I hope you get those internet issues fixed so you can stream again, because I know firsthand how frustrating that can be. But I'm sure you'll get it. That would be something on your internet, your ISP side that you'll have to figure out with them, unfortunately.
Well, there's that. If the bit rate is dropping, though, could be that he's trying to send too much all at once. Might be
That
worth
could
trying
be it
to
too.
down the resolution.
Down the
Rocco?
resolution or lower the bitrate altogether.
Yeah. Rocco, I would try, like, if you're streaming, like, say, from a 19.8... Here, let me bring up mine. I don't know what the resolution for your monitor is, but I would recommend... Try streaming from a 1920 by 1080 and make the output to a 1280 by 720. That's a pretty base resolution for mini streams, and usually streams can handle it. Like your internet provider should be able to handle it. What time does the stream end? Whenever we want.
Yeah, what Rygone said. Whenever I feel like it, I tend to go late. I know I don't plan to end for at least another roughly 3 hours.
Maybe I just didn't grab it.
That is that is an uncomfortable looking toilet. Fuck that toilet.
Oh hey, this is against code. This is ours now.
I tend to be a marathon streamer, so I go late. Rygon's
Yeah, same.
in the same boat there.
Yeah, I'm sure when I start getting back into work, my streams will probably be like 2-3 hours long again, except for like the days that I have off. But for now, while I'm not doing work, I'm perfectly happy just leaving it like this. Stream all day, hopefully make a little bit, and prepare just a little bit more for that eventual move I have. I'm hoping altogether I can make about 400 to 500 so I can pay off the security deposit.
Oh yes, done, Brian. And then there are the after stream hangouts on the Discord. I definitely like those.
If you were about to say,
And I hope that all goes well for you, Rygone.
Yeah.
Orca, what are you thinking of that so far there in the bottom left? And right now it is 9:21 p.m. for me. Yeah, you definitely went full macro. All right, well, carry on then, Whiskers. Gonna have to sleep soon, Era? Oh.
No, Hera, stay up forever like us. What is it, Hera? What are you saying my name for? What? You don't remember? Yeah, that sounds about right whenever anybody needs me for anything.
Rygone. Hey, Rygone.
What is it?
You're cute.
Did. The Rygone has perished.
Oh, forgot the caller, Orca? Whiskers, you see that? Unless you become famous overnight. Wouldn't that be the dream?
We're just gonna finish breaking it.
Honestly,
Actually,
I'd be
no,
okay
that
not
would be a
becoming
nightmare.
famous. Yeah. I'd be okay being like semi-famous. Like I don't want to be celebrity famous, but I'd be okay being streamer famous. Because that way I could still go to places and not have to deal with people walking up to me and being like, "Hey, can I take a picture with you? Hey, you're an asshole. I don't like you." You know, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. For me, I'd
What about
rather...
Notorious? I'll be
Oh.
honest. Sorry. What about Notorious? Honestly, I don't think I'm charismatic enough to get away with being notorious. Probably end up just in jail. Alright, go ahead, Zim.
I was gonna say that for me, I definitely don't want to just become famous overnight, because I would have no idea how to handle that.
Let's be honest, Zim. If one of us ever became famous overnight, it's probably not for a good reason.
Touche.
It probably isn't going to be because of one of our clips or VODs or videos. It's probably going to be because we got like murdered in some really like creative fashion or something. Like, oh, I didn't know banana peels could fit up there.
Real Popular hours. Aw, well thank you, Ledford. We're happy to have you here.
Yeah, we're happy to have you. Oh, done, Brian. Done, Brian. I can already tell you. Neither Zim or I are popufers. Zim's probably closer to it than me, but we're definitely not popufers.
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and spin the wheel for Mirai now while we're on this break.
Spin that wheel!
We've got Orca and we've got Zelo on this list. If anybody else would like on it, let me know. This is going to be the only commission from Mirai for tonight, unless you're wanting to get in on the Christmas YCH there.
I mean, you could always put me on it for shits and giggles.
This
if I
would
win,
be,
nobody gets anything, but it would just be fun.
this would be paid for, I'm sorry.
No, not to actually get art. Just to provide a little bit more competition.
Ah.
Somebody did the spookies on my channel. Well, thank you so much, I Do Things. For the $6.66. That was a spooky. I think my chat woke up. Well, go ahead and do your spin.
Giving it another moment here. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice?
I believe we can make storage boxes.
Alright, spinning the wheel!
Right now I'm just going to put the secure storage boxes in the middle of the room so I can like throw stuff in them.
And congratulations to Orca.
Yes, congrats, Orca. I'll get that info sent over to Mirai. And Zelo, I know you wanted on this, but there is also Whiskers here that is open if you would like to grab some out from them. My days still go well, Ledford. I mean, Zelo, I can go ahead and send you some TF example for them. They did this of Me to Squirrel. I think that was Monday. So you can, you know, consider. Make sure Mirai and Whiskers have enough snacks and drinks. You know, that's a good point. Have you two, do you two have enough snacks and drinks? I think
snacks and drinks.
I think Whiskers might be waiting for me to send money tonight to get the snacks, though.
My snacks.
Starwolf Skin says, I realized I haven't said hello properly tonight, sorry. A little too focused over here. I'm gonna finish the lining here and start on the comm right after.
Sounds good, Mirai. You made bread? Bread is good. Though careful Era doesn't see that. Yeah, sorry I'm not talking a whole lot, guys. I was kind of hoping that chapter would last a little longer so I could finish my, preparing my food, so, for stuff.
Wait, I'm supposed to be reading this out loud?
Oh, yes. Go ahead with that next chapter so I can prepare foods to eat.
Oh.
Because I haven't eaten
I'll
yet today.
have to go back a little bit. I've been reading like 3 books ahead.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. All right. Let's see how long this chapter is. Oh, there's a bit of a long one. All right.
That is
the
correct,
music.
Milo.
All right. Ready?
I am ready. Go for it.
All righty. Chapter 21. Monica's cells had a cheerful, brightly colored kitchen. She collected painted cartoon cows, and they ranged over the walls and cabinet doors in the room in a cheerful, bovine sort of indolence. The refrigerator was covered with crayon drawings and report cards. There was a row of colored glass bottles on the windowsill. I could hear wind chimes outside, restlessly stirred by a cool, rising wind. A big, friendly cow clock on the wall swung its tail back and forth. Tick, tick, tick. Monica sat down at the kitchen table. She drew up her legs beneath her and seemed to relax by a few degrees. Her kitchen, I sensed, was her sanctuary, the place where she retreated when she was upset. It was lovingly maintained. sparkling clean. I let her relax for as long as I could, which wasn't long. I could almost feel the air building up to greater tension, the storm brewing in the distance. I couldn't afford to play with kid gloves. I was just about to open my mouth to start pushing when she said, "Ask questions, wizard. I'll answer them. I wouldn't even know where to start myself." She didn't look at me. She didn't look at anything. "All right," I said. I leaned against the kitchen counter. "You know Jennifer Stanton, don't you? You're related to her." Her expression didn't change. "We have our mother's eyes," she confirmed. "My little sister was always the rebel. She ran away to become an actress, but became a whore instead. It suited her, in her own way. I always wanted her to stop. I don't think she wanted to. I'm not sure she knew how." "Have the police contacted you yet about her death?" "No. They called my parents down in St. Louis. I haven't realized yet that I live in town. Someone will notice soon, I'm sure." I frowned. "Why didn't you go to them? Why did you come to me?" She looked over at me. "The police can't help me, Mr. Dresden. You think they would believe me? They'd look at me like I was some kind of lunatic if I went to them babbling about magic spells and rituals." She grimaced. "Maybe they'd be right. Sometimes I wonder if I'm going crazy." "So you came to me," I said. "Why didn't you just tell me the truth?" "How could I?" she asked. "How could I walk into the office of someone I didn't even know and tell him?" She swallowed and squeezed her eyes shut over more tears. "Tell me what, Monica?" I asked. I kept my voice soft. "Who killed your sister?" Wind chimes tinkled outside. The friendly cow clock went tick, tick, tick. Monica Sells drew in a long, shuddering breath and closed her eyes. I saw her gathering up the frayed threads of her courage, knotting them up as tightly as she could. I knew the answer already, but I needed to hear it from her. I needed to be sure. I tried to tell myself that it would be good for her to face such a thing, just to say it out loud. I wasn't sure I bought that. Like I said, not a very good liar. Monica squeezed her hands into tight fists and said, "God help me, God help me. It was my husband, Mr. Dresden. It was Victor." I thought she would dissolve into tears, but instead she just hunched tighter in her little defensive ball, as though she expected someone to start hitting her. "That's why you wanted me to find him," I heard myself say. "That's why you sent me out to the lake house, to look for him. You knew he was there. You knew that if you sent me out there, he would see me." My voice was quiet, not quite angry. The words pounded around Monica's cells like sledgehammers throwing up chips of concrete. She flinched from each of them. "I had to," she moaned. "God, Mr. Dresden, you don't know what it was like. And he was getting worse. He didn't start as a bad man, really. But he kept getting worse and worse. And I was afraid." "For your kids," I said. She nodded and rested her forehead on her knees. And then the words started spilling out of her, slowly at first, and then in a greater and greater rush, as if she couldn't hold back the immense weight of them any longer. I listened, I owed it to her, walking all over her feelings, for forcing her to talk to me.
He was never a bad man, Mr. Dresden. You have to understand. He worked hard. Worked so hard for us to give us something better. I think it was because he knew that my parents had been so wealthy. He wanted to give me just as much as they could have, and he couldn't. It would make him so frustrated, so angry. Sometimes he would lose his temper. It wasn't always so bad. He could be so kind sometimes, too. I thought that maybe the children would help him to stabilize. It was when Billy was about 4 that Victor found the magic. I don't know where, but he started getting obsessed with it. Brought home books and books, strange things. Put a lock on the door to the attic, and after dinner he'd vanish up there. Some nights he wouldn't come to bed. Some nights I thought I could hear things up there. Voices, or things that weren't voices.
She shuddered.
He started to get worse. He'd get angry, and things would happen. Little things. The drapes would catch on fire at one end, or things would fly off the walls and break.
She turned her haunted gaze toward her cute, tacky cows for a moment, as though assuring herself that they were still there.
He'd scream at us for no reason, or burst out laughing for no reason. He saw things I couldn't see. I thought he was going crazy.
But you never confronted him, I said, quietly. She shook her head.
No, God forgive me, I couldn't. I had gotten used to being quiet, Mr. Dresden, not making a fuss.
She took a deep breath and continued.
Then, one night, he came to me and woke me up. He made me drink something. He told me that it would make me see, make me understand him. If I drank, I would see the things he saw. That he wanted me to understand him, that I was his wife.
This time, she did start crying. Tears that coursed silently down her cheeks, the corners of her mouth. Something clicked solidly into place, where I'd already thought it would go. The 3-eye, I said. She nodded.
And I saw things, Mr. Dresden. I saw him.
Face screwed up, and I thought she was going to vomit. I could sympathize. To have the third sight suddenly opened to you like that, not knowing what it was, what was happening to you. To look on the man you had wed who had given you children, and to see him for what he truly was, obsessed with power, consumed by greed. It had to have been hell. And it would remain with her, always. She would never find the memory fading, never find the comfort and solace of years putting a comfortable padding between her and the image of her husband as a monster. She continued, speaking in a low, hurried rush.
I wanted more. Even when it was over, even though it was horrible, I wanted more. I tried not to let it show, but he could tell. He looked into my eyes and he knew, Mr. Dresden, like you did just now. And he started to laugh, like he just won the lottery. He kissed me. He was so happy, and it made me sick. He started making more of the drug, and he could never make enough. It drove him berserk, furious. And then he started to realize that when he was angry, he could do more. Look for excuses to be angry. He'd drive himself into rages, but it still wasn't enough.
She swallowed.
And that's when
I thought of frightened pizza drivers and fairy commentary on human sporting.
That's when he realized that he could touch other people's emotions too.
I said, oh, that's when he realized he could touch other people's emotions too. I said, use them to help power his magic. She nodded and curled tighter in on herself.
It was only me, at first. He'd frighten me, and afterward I would be so exhausted. Then he found out that, for what he was doing, lust worked better. So he started looking around for backers. Investors, he called them.
She looked up at me, her eyes pleading.
Please, Mr. Dresden, you have to understand. It wasn't always so bad. There were moments that I could almost see him again, and I thought he was going to come back to us.
I tried to look at her with compassion, but I wasn't sure I felt anything but fury that someone, anyone, could treat his family that way, or anyone else for that matter. My feelings must have showed on my face, because Monica quickly averted her eyes and huddled down in fear. She spoke in a hurried voice, as though to put off my rage, in the voice of a woman who has put off rage with desperate words more than once.
He found the Becketts. They had money, and he told him that if they would help him, he would help them get their vengeance on Johnny Marcone, their daughter. Put their trust in him. They gave him all the money he needed.
Thought of the Becketts, of their lean, hungry faces. I thought of Miss Beckett's dead eyes.
And he started the rituals, the ceremony. He said he needed our lust.
Her eyes shifted left and right, and the sickened look on her face grew deeper.
It wasn't so bad. He would close the circle. All of a sudden, nothing mattered. Nothing but flesh. I could lose myself for a while. It was almost like an escape.
She rubbed her hand on the leg of her jeans, as if trying to wipe something foul off of it.
But it wasn't enough. That's when he started talking to Jennifer. He knew what she did. That she would know the right kind of people. Like her. Like Linda. Linda introduced him to Marcone's man. I don't know his name, but Victor promised him something that was enough to bring him into the circle. Didn't have to go all the time then. Either Jenny or I would stay with the children. Victor made the drug. We started to make money. Things got better for a little while, as long as I didn't think too much.
Monica took a deep breath.
That's when Victor started getting darker. He called demons. I saw them. And he said he needed more power. He was hungry for it. It was horrible. Like watching a starving animal forever pacing. I saw him start looking at the children, Mr. Dresden. It made me afraid, the way he looked at them. Sometimes I do.
This time, she buckled and doubled toward the floor with a groan. She shuddered and wept, out of control.
Oh God, babies, babies.
Wanted to go over to her, to offer her my hand to hold, to put an arm over her shoulders, and to tell her that it would be all right. But I knew her now. I had looked inside. It would make her scream. God, Harry, I thought. Haven't you tortured this poor woman enough? I rummaged in cabinets until I found a glass. I ran cold water from the sink, poured it into the glass, then went over and put it down by her, She straightened in her chair and took the glass between shaking hands. She took a sip and spilled a little onto her chin. Sorry, I said. It was all I could think of to say. If she heard me, it didn't show. She sipped water, then continued, as if desperate to finish, to get the taste of the words out of her mouth.
I wanted to leave him. I knew he'd be furious, but I couldn't let the children stay close to him. I tried to talk to Jenny about it, and she took matters into her own hands. My little sister tried to protect me. She went to Victor and told him that if he didn't let me leave, she'd go to the police and to Johnny Marcone. She'd tell them all about him, and he
killed her, I said. Hell. Victor hadn't needed any of Jennifer Stanton's hair to kill her. Any kind of sample of bodily fluids would have worked. With the ceremonies of lust that he'd been holding, he'd have had ample opportunity to collect some from poor Jennifer Stanton. Maybe he'd even had her bring him a sample from Tommy Tom. Or maybe Jennifer and Tommy Tom had just been too close, as they were making love, for the spell to affect just one of them when he killed them.
He killed her,
Monica confirmed. Her shoulders slumped with a sudden weariness.
That's when I came to you, because I thought you might be able to see, be able to do something, before he hurt my babies, before he killed someone else. And now Linda's dead too. And soon you, Mr. Dresden. Can't stop him. No one can.
Monica, I said. She shook her head and curled up in a miserable little ball.
Go,
she said.
Oh God, please go, Mr. Dresden. I don't want to see it when he kills you too.
Heart felt like a lump of cold wax in my chest. I wanted so badly to tell her that everything would be all right. I wanted to dry her tears and tell her that there was still joy in the world, that there was still light and happiness. But I didn't think she would hear me. Where she was, there was nothing but an endless, hopeless darkness full of fear, pain, and defeat. So I did the only thing I could. I withdrew in silence and left her to her weeping. Perhaps it would help her start to heal. To me, it only sounded like pieces of glass falling from a shattered window. As I walked toward the front door, a little motion to the left caught my eye. Jenny Sells stood in the hallway, a silent wraith. She regarded me with luminous green eyes, like her mother's, like the dead aunt whose namesake she was. I stopped and faced her. I'm not sure why.
You're the wizard, she said quietly. You're Harry Dresden. I saw your picture in the newspaper once. The arcane.
I nodded. She studied my face for a long minute.
Are you going to help my mom?
It was a simple question. And how do you tell a child that things just aren't that simple? That some questions don't have simple answers? The answer at all. Looked back into her two knowing eyes, and then quickly away. I didn't want her to see what sort of person I was, the things I had done. She didn't need that. I'm going to do everything I can to help your mom. She nodded.
Do you promise?
I promised her. She thought that over for a moment, studying me. Then she nodded.
My daddy used to be one of the good guys, Mr. Dresden. But I don't think that he is anymore.
Her face looked sad. It was a sweet, unaffected expression.
Are you going to kill him?
Another simple question. I don't want to, I told her. But he's trying to kill me. Might not have any choice. She swallowed and lifted her chin.
I loved my Aunt Jenny,
she said, her eyes brightened with tears.
Mama won't say, and Billy's too little to figure it out. But I know what happened.
She turned, with more grace and dignity than I could have managed, and started to leave. Then she said quietly,
I hope you're one of the good guys, Mr. Dresden. We really need a good guy. I hope you'll be all right.
Then she vanished down the hall on bare, silent feet. I left the house in the suburbs as quickly as I could. My legs drove me down the oddly silent sidewalk and back to the corner where the cabbie was waiting, meter ticking away. I got in the cab and told the cabbie to drive me to the nearest payphone. Then I closed my eyes and struggled to think. It was hard, through all the pain I felt. Maybe I'm stupid or something, but I hate to see people like Monica, like little Jenny, hurting like that. There shouldn't be pain like that in the world. And every time I run into it, it makes me furious. Furious and sad. I didn't know if I wanted to scream or to cry. I wanted to pound Victor Sell's face in. I wanted to crawl into bed and hide under the covers. I wanted to give Jenny Sells a hug and to tell her that everything would be all right. That I was still afraid, all tight and burning in my gut. Victor Sells, of the Shadows and Demons, was going to kill me as soon as the storm rolled in. Think, Harry, I told myself. Think, damn it. The cabbie gave me an odd look in the rearview mirror. I stuffed down all the feelings, all the fear, all the anger into a tight little ball. I didn't have time to let those feelings blind me now. I needed clarity, focus, purpose. I needed a plan. Murphy. Murphy might be able to help me. I could tip her off about the lake house and send in the cavalry. They might find a stockpile of 3-eye there. They could then arrest Victor like any other dealer. But there were too many holes in that plan. What if Victor wasn't keeping his stores at the lake house? What if he eluded the police? Monica and her children would be in danger if he did. Not only that, what if Murphy didn't listen to me? Hell, the judge might not issue a warrant to search private property on the word of a man who probably had a warrant out for his own arrest now. Not only that, but the bureaucracy involved in working with the authorities in Lake Providence, on a Sunday no less, would slow things down. Might not happen in time to save me from having my heart torn out. No, I couldn't rely on the police. If this was any other time, if I was held in less suspicion by the White Council, I would report Victor Sells to them, let them handle the whole thing. Not exactly soft on people using magic like Victor used it, to call up demons, to kill, to produce drugs. He had probably broken every law of magic. the White Council would waste no time in sending someone like Morgan to wipe Victor out. But I couldn't do that either. I was already under suspicion. Thanks to Morgan's narrow-minded blindness, the council was already meeting at sunrise on Monday. Some of the other members of the council might listen to me, but they would be traveling now. I had no way of reaching any of those who were sympathetic to me. No way of asking for help. There wasn't time, in fact, to try to round up any of my usual allies. So, I concluded, it was up to me, alone. It was a sobering thought. I had to confront Victor Sells, as strong a practitioner as I had ever gone up against, in his own place of power, the lake house. Not only that, but I had to do it without breaking any of the laws of magic. I couldn't kill him with sorcery, but somehow I had to stop him. Odds seemed really good that I was going to get killed, whether I tried to face him or not. To hell with it, then. If I was going to go out, it wasn't going to be while I was lying around moaning and bitching about how useless it all was. If Victor Sells wanted to take out Harry, Blackstone, Copperfield, Dresden, he was going to have to shove his magic right down my throat. This decision cheered me somewhat. At least I knew what I was doing now, where I was going. What I needed was an edge, I decided. Something to pull on Victor, something he wouldn't expect. Now that I knew who he was, I understood the magic I had run into outside of my apartment a little bit better. It had been potent, deadly, but not sophisticated, not well controlled. Victor was a powerful, strong, a natural mage, but he wasn't practiced. He didn't have any training. If only I had something of his, something like his own hair that I could use against him. Maybe I should have checked the bathroom at Monica's, but I had the feeling he wouldn't have been that careless. Anyone who spends time thinking about how to use that sort of thing against people is going to be doubly paranoid that no one have the opportunity to use it against him. And then it struck me. I did have something of Victor's. I had his scorpion talisman, back in the drawer of my desk at the office. It was one of his own devices, something close and familiar. I could use it to create a bond to him, a sort of judo his own power back against him, and beat him with it, hands down, no questions asked. I might have a chance yet. I wasn't finished, not by a long shot. The cabbie pulled into a gas station and parked next to the payphone. I told him to wait for me for a minute and got out, fumbling a quarter from my pocket to make the call. If it did turn out that I wouldn't live to see tomorrow, I wanted to make damn sure that the hounds of hell would be growling at Victor Sells' heels. I dialed Murphy's number down at the station. It rang several times, and finally someone answered. The line was scratchy, noisy, and I could barely make out who it was. Murphy's desk. This is Carmichael. Carmichael, I said loudly into the phone. It's Harry Dresden. I need to talk to Murphy. What? Carmichael said. There was a squeal of static. Damn it. The phones go to hell on me at the worst times. I can't hear you, Murphy. You want Murphy? Who is this? Anderson? Is that you? It's Harry Dresden, I shouted. I need to talk to Murphy. Carmichael grunted. I can't hear you, Andy. Look, Murphy's out. She took that warrant down to Harry Dresden's office to take a look around. She what? I said. Harry Dresden's office, Carmichael said. She said she'd be back soon. Look, this connection's awful. Try to call me back. He hung up on me. I fumbled for another quarter, my hands shaking, and dialed my own office number. The last thing I needed was for Murphy to go poking around in my office, maybe impounding things. If she stuck the scorpion in evidence, I was done for. I'd never be able to explain it to her in time, and if she saw me face to face, she might be furious enough with me to just have me slapped into holding and left there overnight. If that happened, I'd be dead by morning. My phone rang a couple of times. Then Murphy answered. The line was blissfully clear. Harry Dresden's office. Murph, I said. Thank God. Look, I need to talk to you. I could practically feel her anger. Too late for that now, Harry. You should have come to talk to me this morning. I heard her moving around. She started opening drawers. Damn it, Murph, I said, frustrated. I know who the killer is. Look, you've got to keep out of that desk. It could be dangerous. I thought I had been going to tell her a lie. I realized as I said it that I was telling the truth. I remembered seeing, or thinking I had seen, movement from the talisman when I had examined it before. Maybe I hadn't been imagining things. Dangerous, Murphy growled. I heard her scattering pens out of the top drawer of my desk, moving things around. The talisman was in the drawer beneath. I'll tell you what's dangerous. Fucking with me is dangerous, Dresden. I'm not playing some kind of game here, and I can't trust what you say anymore. Murphy, I said, trying to keep my voice even. You've got to trust me. One more time. Stay out of my desk. Please. There was silence for a moment. I heard her draw in a breath, let it out through her mouth. Then Murphy said, her voice hard, professional. Why, Dresden? What are you hiding? I heard her open the middle drawer. There was a clicking sound and a startled oath from Murphy. The receiver clattered to the floor. I heard gunshots, shockingly loud, whining ricochets, and then a scream. Damn it! I stared at the phone. Murphy! I slammed the phone down and sprinted back to the cab. The cabbie blinked at me. Hey, buddy, where's the fire? I slammed the door shut and gave him the address to my office. Then I thrust all my remaining cash at him and said, Get me there 5 minutes ago. The cabbie blinked at the money, shrugged, and said, Crazies! Cabbies get all the crazies. Then he tore out onto the street, leaving a cloud of smoke behind us. That is the end of chapter 21.
God, I've got goosebumps. Why are you saying damn it, Era? You gotta go to bed on that note? Oh, you can always catch the recording.
Yeah, we keep the recordings. Good night to you as well, Merle. And yep, Rip Murphy. I was hoping she'd be a reoccurring character, but what can you do?
Also, hi. I popped in just to say hi, but you were in the middle of a chapter, so I waited.
Hey, Delterius, good to see you.
Yeah, I was helping out my grandma with stuff, and then found out why she needed help, and then I needed to do a bunch of physical labor, and then when I got home, I just took a nap that accidentally turned into, like, a 5-hour nap.
Oof, I hate those. I definitely get you. Well, good night, Drunk Dragon Era. Thank you for stopping by and hanging
Sleep
out
well,
with us.
Era. And very much thank you for hanging out.
Gluttony of the Umbreon says, I need you to do an audiobook. I mean, if an author is willing to work with me, sure. I tried looking at one audiobook site, and I'll be honest, some of the crap on there was just ugh.
Oh, you gotta work your way up to the good stuff. Unfortunately.
Well, true, but you think, such basic things as like editing your material would have been, doable.
I'm out now.
Well, we'll continue to the next chapter in about 4 to 5 minutes, everyone.
Hey, Tosha May, it's really good to see you. How are you, my friend?
Hi, Toshi.
You know, Orca, that's a good point. Rygone, go get some water.
I've got some water right here.
Okay.
Take a bio break. What's a bio? Oh, I see. Biography. I'll get to it.
Right. I think I'm probably gonna hop back off if it's because I don't want to interrupt you guys doing the audiobook thing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you could stay until he continues.
Fair.
Yeah, you're welcome to hang out.
Yeah, I just don't want to get into it when it's apparently chapter 21 or whatever, so it's gonna be like the finale.
Oh, I think we've got about 5 more chapters to go.
Well, yeah, but the point is just that I never read it, so.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't want to get spoiled.
Completely understandable.
Always meant to read the Dresden Files, though.
Yeah, it's been an enjoyable read so far. The author has a lot of character with his writing.
Yep.
And this one is widely considered the worst one of the series.
No, it's the first one. What can you do, right? Everyone's got to start somewhere.
Nano 8-bit Shadox wants everyone to hydrate.
Not me looking over at the shit that I wrote and considering it to be awful. Meanwhile, other people continuing to say, hey, this shit's good, you should continue. Me? No. Not yet. Yeah, how you doing there, Zip? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Just sending off the next piece to Whiskers here. The only way to get better at any art is to fail, then figure out why. That is very true.
It might be that the
Oh, yeah.
blocks can't hold.
I want chippy chips, but I don't want to get up for chippy chips.
Go get chippy chips.
I summon you, chippy chips, with my mental abilities. I think I hurt myself.
What do you mean? There you go, Whiskers. Sent you the next one.
Ah, here we go. I got chippy chips.
But yeah, like unironically, the thing that I've had the most fun writing in the past like forever is that rant from yesterday's game.
Oh, that was glorious. Which
Good
it is
job, I missed
highlighted. It is highlighted for anybody that wants to go watch it on the channel here.
Ooh. Yeah, I haven't been really enjoying writing too much stuff, and then I got assigned that, and I'm like, oh, this one's new. I've never done this particular thing before. Let's go. And then, yeah, so I had a lot of fun with it.
And poor Asher up there getting bullied by Amara. All trapped under the
I have no
snowball.
context.
The art.
What was that?
Ah.
Amara wanted to be, Orca wanted to be smashing Asher under a big snowball.
I dropped a chippy chip.
No, retrieve the chippy chip.
Such
It
bully.
has been retrieved.
Yeah, I really need to get back into my writing. It's just been, yeah.
It takes work. And time. And well, who has any time nowadays?
Yeah. The thing that it
Starwolf Skin says,
that mostly got to me was just
for having fun with this, but oops, get flattened. How's the sketch, by the way? All good?
I knew you were going to say that. There you go.
You have to apologize to Asher for having fun with it? Oh, wow. Have fun with that. Bullies, all of you. I think it's looking good. No, that is not the song going on, whoa. Bigger screen? Yeah, I can pull that off. Ow, burning. 1 second. Okay, maybe I can pull that off. Get start to.
And now I'm mainly just at the corners right now. But this way the main support is a little kind of taking care.
There you go. With the 3 streams going on, it feels like one of those YouTube shorts with all the distraction things going on. Oh.
You know, if there's
I mean, I hope it's still enjoyable.
too blue.
People thought my rant yesterday was vicious. Really went for it there, Toshi, didn't you?
The current music is... I'm not actually sure the name of it. It might actually be that. I don't know. The title I have for it is Void of the Void.
I kind of wish I had what is it?
You think we have a good sketch? Wings are flapping, half open? I would guess so.
I think it's not the wrench. It's
Oh. Whiskers is done?
What do you mean?
I only see Mirai's.
Oh, no, I just brought it up bigger for Orca to see better.
Oh.
See, there's Whiskers.
The Whiskers is presented. No.
I don't want to use all the wood yet.
Starwolf Skin says, wings are about half open, yeah. That's what I got going on. We'll be making it clearer on the lines. We'll go forward with it then.
All right. Whiskers, I did send you the next piece when you're ready. By all means, carry on with your animation here, though. Which the animations will be available for commissioning as well, if anybody's interested.
Nice.
Wait.
I forgot to take my medicine today because I was at my grandma's. No wonder I'm coughing so much. Oh my god.
Oh no.
That's why I'm struggling.
Does this pollution go away over time? I really hope so.
Alright, now that I got that taken care of. Just to finish that point that I was making. My biggest problem with just writing anything right now is the fact that, like,
I briefly imagined or Chomper running over squirrel.
You briefly imagined Orb Chomper running over Squirrel? Oh. I hope not. But carry on, Taldarius.
Yep. So I was just saying that, yeah, the reason that I've been struggling to actually, like, you know, write anything recently, it's just because, it's the sort of thing where, like, I look back at what I had written in the past and then went, wow, this is trash, I hate this. And then as I was trying to write more, all I could really focus on was, yes, I should go back and fix thing instead of actually, like, you know, thinking about the plot as much or anything. So it sort of led to me, it made it really fucking hard to do any sort of writing.
Yeah, I understand that.
All of my focus was on, holy shit, I really hate this, and all these people are saying it's good. Why are you doing this? And then it was just, yeah. I mean, a bunch of people liked it. It was really popular. Didn't mean it was any less trash, like, objectively.
Oh, sure, but there's a bunch of Marvel movies that are absolute trash, and tons of people enjoy those.
I mean, okay, but there's a fair difference between success of a major blockbuster movie and a fan fiction that I'm writing because I feel like it.
Is there really? If people enjoy either, and even though they're not like, say, the works that are going to enter into a museum at the end of time, that doesn't mean that they weren't worth being liked.
I don't know. People just have no taste.
Good.
Or they have great taste, and you're just giving yourself way too little credit there.
I'm the one who wrote the damn thing. I feel like I'm the most qualified to say if it's trash or not.
I disagree.
I wrote it, not them. I don't know, because, you know, I wrote the damn thing. I feel like I know it best.
I would actually argue on that. Just because you are the creator, the artist, the author, what have you, does not mean that it is yours to entirely judge. And the reason why I say that is because ultimately, however it is, the person who views your work will be the one who will gain that emotional, the emotional thing will happen. They will be the one who will come out of it saying, I like this, I didn't like this, yada, yada, yada. This is what I got out of it. So even if you intended for something to be in a certain way, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to be the final product. Ultimately, that's up to the person who consumes it.
Fair, but the story is still objectively trash, in my opinion. And
Hey, fair enough. I still say you should make some merch then.
Why would I make merch?
Well, because of, like you said, if people like it, well, who knows? Maybe they might be willing to buy a hat.
I don't think people... look, people would be willing to spend shit. I don't think that Nintendo Legal would be very happy with me. Or, in that case, the legal for any of the other ones that I wrote that got, like, fairly popular. I don't think they'd be very happy with me selling merch that is from, you know, like, probably features things to do with their IPs.
Just adjust them a little bit. That's not Mario. That's, Orium. He says, oh yeah, when he enters the scene. His favorite color is yellow. All right, everyone, we'll be starting up the next chapter here soon. Make sure to get your water, your snacks, your whatever, and we will be continuing momentarily.
Wait, why is the
Wonder if I
chat
could
an
put
emote
out-
only? Oh, Gimmon redeemed it. Fair enough. I am not paying
Why is
enough
this thing?
attention
Oh.
to my own chat.
I wonder if I could put out an update that doesn't ping them, but it goes, all right, all 1,689 of you who follow me have horrible taste. Just as a meme.
Hey, you could just make it. You could just make a whole chapter that says that. Hey guys, I released a chapter.
No,
It's
because
only
then
got
it'll
one
actually
sentence.
ping them for it. It'll actually ping them for it. It'll send out email notifications, because those are the amount of people who want email notifications about that particular story.
Well, you know what? I think you might just have to swallow it and do it. Commit to it.
It'd be funny, but on...
Whiskers has sent me a video for you.
I mean, okay. I mean, I haven't given up on it. I've just not been having fun with it.
To be fair,
Like,
a lot of people working on their projects are kind of the same way.
Yeah, for, like, to explain, like, over 2 months, or not 2 months, 4 months, sorry. Around 4 months, I wrote approximately 150,000 words and got into the top 100 in section. And then I, like, because I'm going back and I'm, like, noticing this mistake, this mistake, this mistake, this mistake, this mistake, it, like, I started to categorize, like, all the stuff that I needed to fix, and it was a lot of work, so then I just keep putting it off. That's my main problem. Because I've rewritten, like, over half of the damn thing, like, just slowly over time. It's just been an absolute slug to get through, though. I already know what I'm going to do for most of it.
It's just the actual doing.
Yeah. If I really wanted to get it done, like, I'd like listen to Man in the Arena or whatever, like motivational shit, and then just do it. But and the reason that I try saying that like I think it objectively sucks is because of the fact that like there's a lot of problems that I know are there and that I want to be fixed. And until those are fixed, I will continue to say that I think it sucks. It's an objective measure.
But is that objective?
Wostein_oil is sending love to everyone.
I mean, I think so.
Well, thank you for the love, Woe.
I mean, you put down this thing, this objectivity, right?
Oil wants everyone
And
to
you
have
say, I have a 100% confirmed way with which to determine whether this is good or whether this is bad. Is it by the language, by the mistakes, by the sentence structure, by the lack of characterization, and the list goes on and on. What is it? Wouldn't really matter
Do you really
what you
want
say. No, because I say it doesn't matter what you say, because I would actually say all of that doesn't fucking matter. It's a creative work. You can't objectively look at something and say, you know what, that's shit, because ultimately, it's creative. It doesn't fucking matter. Someone might like it and say, this is a masterpiece, and someone else might look at it and say, you know what, this is a piece of shit. And they both will be right. Don't get me wrong. There are some things that kind of help to lean certain like creative works in one direction or the other, according to the majority view. But that does not necessarily mean that one person won't look at your story and say, hey, this is actually pretty good. I like this.
I mean, if you want me to rephrase it, I could say that by objective technical measures, I know it's trash.
All right, what are your
in terms of technical
measures?
All right, so list of technical measures that I believe that my story falls short on. Number 1 was pacing. I was awful at pacing. I got better as it went on, but that does not mean that the first, like, 10 chapters or whatever had absolutely awful pacing. So that's one reason that I wanted to go back and rewrite. Another big problem with the story was that in order to overcorrect for the pacing early on, I slowed it down, which meant that there was some tonal whiplash. I accidentally skipped over multiple details and lead up things that I meant to put in, which means that there were many plot points which were accidentally not nearly as impactful as I had meant them to be.
Mm-hmm.
Then through other things, there was a lot of instability in when exactly an update would be posted, meaning that I was doing things like I would write like a bunch all of a sudden, and then I would write nothing for a while, and then I'd write a bunch, and that led to get more like, you know, long-standing technical problems due to that, just because of the fact that, like, oh hey, you know, if you are not like doing something, what's the word for it? I can't think of the word, but it's like when you're not doing something habitually, like your skills tend to like, you know, falter or get worse or whatever. So that was meaning that there were getting rusty. So what was happening is that I was getting very rusty over and over again, and then trying to fix things, and then I would cause more problems.
It doesn't seem necessarily fair to the creative product, though. Like, sure.
Oh, okay. So I'm not saying that the idea behind the story was trash. I'm saying that the way that it was written and implemented was trash, which is why I want to rewrite it and not like scrap it all and then move on.
All right, that is fair. I can give you at least that. Because it's not really fair to judge a product based purely upon how it came about.
Yeah. Oh no, I think that the storyline and world building stuff that I came up with was absolutely balling. My problem was that I implemented it in a really fucking dumb way and messed that up.
Okay.
So then I didn't like that, and then I'm like, I need to go fix this, and then in order to fix it, it involves going back and doing a lot of work. But yeah. Yeah, that's it. I'm not saying that the storyline itself was trash, the plot points were trash, the characterization was trash, none of that. I just think that my implementation of it was hot garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I say no accounting for taste, because I got a bunch of people talking about how good it was, and I'm like, it's literally not.
Well, it is, just you're writing about coming about it. It wasn't, apparently. But even on that, I would say, you got to give yourself some grace. It's not like this is what you're paid to do.
I mean, yeah, I'm definitely not paid to do it. Otherwise, I'd be making probably a decent amount of money from it. If I just like opened up a Patreon or whatever and went, "Hey, if you give me money, I write more."
Who knows? Maybe that's just the motivation you need. Hey guys, you want to see some kinky stuff between Mario and Bowser? Go ahead and just go to my Patreon over there and just submit it down.
Unironically, I only write gens, so that would actually cut into my profit.
Ah. And speaking of writing, no.
Okay,
But I can laugh
gen
anyway.
means gen means general or things like that, where there is nothing of suggestive or sexual nature.
Ah, I see.
So, because I'm writing gen in fanfic, it is not nearly as it would not be nearly as profitable.
I see. So you're writing about general population, where all the murdering and the stabbings are far more minimal than in, like, other parts of the prison.
Yeah, there's still plenty of stabbings and murder, though. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. All right, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start up on the next chapter. I assume everyone's gotten their drinks and their food. Is there anything else that you'd like to mention, Taldarius, before we start?
Nope, I am. I'm just gonna go ahead and bounce. See you guys later. If you wanna chat, send me a message.
Yeah, sure. And don't be afraid to do the same.
See ya.
Alrighty, pause the music. Chapter 22. The building was locked on Sunday. I jammed my key in the lock, twisted it hard to open it, and jerked the keys out again. I didn't bother with the elevator, just hurled up the stairs as quickly as I could. 5 stories worth of stairs. It took me less than a minute, but I begrudged every second of it. My lungs were burning and my mouth was dry as sand as I reached the 5th floor, sprinted down the hallway to my office. The halls were quiet, empty, dim. The only light came from the exit signs and from the overcast day outside. Windows stretched and settled in the closed doorways. The door to my office was ajar. I could hear my ceiling fan squeaking on its mounting, underneath the labored wheezing of my own breath. The overhead light wasn't on, but the reading light on my desk must have been, because yellow light outlined the doorway, laid a swath of gold across the floor of the hall. I stopped at the threshold. My hands were shaking so much that I could hardly hold my staff and rod. "Murphy?" I called out. "Murphy, can you hear me?" The voice was hoarse, breathless. I closed my eyes and listened. I thought I heard 2 things. The first was a labored breath, with a faint moan on the exhale. Murphy. The second was a dry, scuttling sound. I could smell gunpowder on the air. I clenched my jaw in sudden anger. Victor Sell's little beastie. Whatever it was, had hurt my friend. Like hell, I was going to stand out here and give it a run of my office. I shoved the door open with my staff and stalked into the office, my blasting rod extended before me, words of power upon my lips. Directly in front of my office door is a table arranged with a series of pamphlets with titles like Real Witches Don't Float So Good and Magic in the 21st Century. I had written some of them myself. They were meant for the curious, for people who just wanted to know about witches and magic. I squatted for a moment, blasting rod aimed beneath the table, but saw nothing. I rose again, looking back and forth, rod still ready. To the right of the door is a wall lined with filing cabinets and a couple of easy chairs. The cabinets were shut, but something could have been hiding beneath one of the chairs. I slid to my left, checked behind the door to the office, and pressed my shoulders to the wall, keeping my eyes on the room. My desk is in the back corner, to the right as you come in the door, diagonal from it. It's a corner office. There are windows on either of the outside walls. My shades were, as usual, drawn. The overhead fan in the center of the room spun around with a tired little groan on every rotation. I kept my eyes moving, my senses alert. I choked down my anger furiously, ferociously, and made myself remain cautious. Whatever had happened to Murphy, it wouldn't do her any good by letting it happen to me, too. I moved slowly, carefully, my blasting rod held ready. I could see Murphy's tennis shoes behind my desk. She looked like she was curled on her side. But from the way her feet were angled, but I couldn't see the rest of her. I pushed forward, striding to the center of the back wall, keeping my blasting rod leveled like a gun at the floor behind the desk as it became visible. Murphy lay there, curled on her side, her golden hair in an artless sprawl about her head, her eyes open and staring blindly. She was dressed in jeans, a button-down shirt, and a Cubs Satan jacket. Her left shoulder was stained with a lot of blood. Her gun lay next to her, a couple of feet away. My heart stepped up into my throat. I heard her take a little breath and groan when she let it out. "Murphy?" I said, then louder. "Murphy?" I saw her stir, a fitful little motion that was in response to my voice. Easy, I told her. Relax, don't try to move. I'm going to try to help you. I knelt next to her, very slowly, watching the room all around. I didn't see anything. I set my staff aside and felt her throat. Her pulse was racing, thready. There was not enough blood for it to be a serious injury, but I touched her shoulder. Even through the jacket, I could feel the swelling. "Harry?" Murphy rasped. "Is that you?" "It's me, Murph," I told her, setting my blasting rod aside and slowly reaching for the phone. The middle drawer of my desk, where the scorpion talisman had been, was open and empty. "Just hang on. I'm going to call an ambulance to help you." "Can't believe it, you bastard," Murphy wheezed. I felt her stir around a little. "You set me up." I drew the phone down and dialed 911. "Hush, Murph. You've been poisoned. You need help. Fast." The 911 operator came on and took my name and address. I told her to send an ambulance prepared to treat someone for poisoning, and she told me to stay on the line. I didn't have time to stay on the line. Whatever had done this to Murphy, it was still around somewhere. I had to get her out of there, and then I had to recover Victor's talisman to be able to use it against him when I went out to the lake house. Murphy stirred again. Then I felt something hard and cool flick around my wrist and clicker-clack shut. I blinked and looked down at her. Murphy's jaw was set in a stubborn line as she clicked the other end of the handcuff shut around her own wrist.
"You're under arrest," she wheezed. "You son of a bitch. Wait till I get you in an interrogation room. You aren't going anywhere."
I stared at her, stunned. "Murph," I stammered.
"My God,
don't know what you're doing."
"Like hell,"
she said, her lip lifting in a ghost of its usual snarl. She twisted her head around, grimacing in pain, and squinted at me.
"Should have talked to me this morning. Got you now, Dresden."
She broke off in a panting gasp and added,
"You jerk."
Stubborn bitch from hell. I felt at a loss for a second, then shook my head. "I've got to get you out of here before it comes back," I said. And I stooped forward to try to gather her up. That was when the scorpion exploded toward me from the shadows beneath my desk. A harsh burst of dry, scuttling motion. It wasn't a bug I could squash with my fingers anymore. It was the size of a large terrier, all brown and glinting, and it was almost too fast to see coming. I convulsed away from it, saw the flash of its tail, saw its stinger whip forward and miss my eye by a hairbreadth. Something cool and wet speckled my cheek, and my skin started to burn. Venom. My startled motion made my leg jerk, and I kicked my staff and rod away from me. I rolled after the latter desperately. Murphy's handcuffs brought me up short, and both of us made sounds of discomfort as the steel bands cut at the base of our hands. I stretched for the rod, felt the smooth roundness of it on my fingertips. And then there was another scuttling sound, and the scorpion came at my back. The rod squirted out from beneath my grasping fingers and rolled away out of reach. I didn't have time for a spell, but I grabbed at the middle drawer of my desk, jerked it all the way out of its frame, and barely managed to shove it between the scorpion and myself. There was a hiss of air and a smacking sound of breaking wood. The scorpion stinger plunged through the bottom of the desk drawer and stuck fast. A crab claw gouged a hole through my sweatpants and into my leg. I screamed and hurled the drawer away. The scorpion, its tail still stuck, went with it, and they both landed in a heap a few feet away.
"Won't do you any good, Dresden,"
Murphy moaned incoherently. She must have been too far gone from the poison to understand what was going on.
"I've got you. Stop fighting it. Get some answers from you. Now."
"Sometimes, Murph," I panted, "you make things just a little harder than they need to be. Anyone ever tell you that?" I bent down to her and slipped my cuffed wrist beneath her arm and around her back, drawing her own arm back with me, my right arm and her left bound by the handcuff.
"My ex-husband's,"
she moaned. I strained and lifted us both up off the ground, then started hobbling toward the door. I could feel the blood on my leg, the pain where the scorpion had ripped it, hot and hateful.
"What's happening?"
Confusion and fear trembled in Murphy's voice.
"Hurry, I can't see."
Shit. The poison was getting to her. The poison of the common brown scorpion, found all over most of the United States, is much more venomous than the sting of a bumblebee. Of course, most bumblebees aren't the size of the family dog either. Murphy wasn't a big person. If a lot of poison had been introduced into her system, the odds were against her. She needed medical attention, and she needed it immediately. If my hands had been free, I would have taken up my staff and rod and done battle. But I didn't like my odds tied to Murphy. Even if I could keep the thing off of me, it might land on her and sting her again and put an end to her. I was at a bad angle to search for her keys, and I didn't have time to go down the ring trying them on the handcuffs one by one. Any magic that I could work fast enough to shatter the cuffs in time would probably kill me with flying shrapnel. And there wasn't time to work out a gentler escape spell. Damn it, Dad, I thought. I wish you'd lived long enough to show me how to slip out of a pair of handcuffs. Harry, Murphy repeated, her voice thready. What's happening? I can't see. I saved my breath and lugged Murphy toward the door without answering her. Behind me, there was a furious scraping and clicking. I looked back over my shoulder. The scorpion stinger was stuck fast in the drawer, but the thing was rapidly ripping the wood to shreds with its pincers and legs. I gulped, turned, and hobbled out of my office and down the hall with Murphy. I managed to swing the door to my office shut with one foot. Murphy's legs did little to support her, and the difference in our heights made the trip awkward as hell. I was straining to keep her upright and moving. I reached the end of the hall, the door to the stairway on my right, the elevator on my left. I stopped for a moment, panting, trying not to let the sounds of splintering wood down the hall rattle my judgment. Murphy sagged against me, speechless now, and if she was breathing, I couldn't tell. There's no way I was going to be able to carry her down the stairs. Neither one of us had enough left to manage that. The ambulance would be arriving in minutes, and if I did have Murphy down there when it arrived, I might as well just leave her on the floor to die. I grimaced. I hated elevators, but I pushed the button and waited. Round lights over the elevator doors began counting up to 5. Down the hall from me, the splintering sound stopped, and something crashed into my office door, rattling it on its frame. Hell's bells, Harry, I said aloud. I looked up at the lights. 2. A pause approximately 10 centuries long. 3. Hurry up, I snarled. Jammed the button 100 more times. Then I remembered the bracelet of shields around my left wrist. Tried to focus on it, but couldn't. With it twisted and awkwardly beneath Murphy, supporting her. So I laid her down as gently and quickly as I could, then lifted my left hand and focused on the bracelet. The lower third of my office door exploded outward, and the brown, gleaming form of the scorpion bounded across the hallway and into the wall. It was bigger now. The damn thing was growing. It bounced off of the wall with a scrabbling, horrible agility, oriented on me, and hurtled down the hall toward me as fast as a man can run, its legs clicking and scuttling furiously over the floor. It leapt at me, claws extended, stinger flashing. I focused my will on the defensive shield the bracelet helped me form and maintain, struggling to get it together before the scorpion hit me. I did it, barely. The invisible shield of air met the scorpion a handbreadth from my body and sent it rebounding back onto its back. There it struggled for a second, awkward and flailing. Behind me, the elevator dinged. The door swooped graciously open. Without time to be delicate, I grabbed Murphy's wrist and hauled her into the elevator with me, jabbing at the button for the lobby. In the hall, the scorpion thrashed its tail and righted itself, oriented on me again with an uncanny intelligence. It flew toward me. There wasn't time to get my shield together again. I screamed. The elevator doors swooped shut. There was a sharp thud, and the car rattled as the scorpion smashed into them. The car started down. and I tried to regain my breath. What the hell was that thing? It wasn't just an insect. It was too fast, too damn smart for that. It had ambushed me, waiting until I had set my weapons aside to come after me. It had to be something else, some kind of power construct, built small, but designed to draw on energy to get bigger and stronger. An arthropod version of Frankenstein's monster. It wasn't really alive, just a golem, a robot, a programmed thing with a mission. Victor must have figured out where his talisman had gotten to, and set a spell on it to attack anyone it came in contact with. The crazy bastard. Murphy had stumbled right into it. It was still growing, getting faster and stronger and more vicious. Getting Murphy out of danger wasn't enough. I had to find a way to deal with the scorpion. I didn't want to, but I was the only one on the block who could. There was too much potential danger involved. What if it didn't stop growing? I had to kill it before it got out of control. The lights on the elevator panel kept counting down. 4, to 3, to 2. Then the elevator shuddered and ground to a stop. The lights flickered and went out. Oh crap, I said. Not now, not now! The elevators hate me. I jabbed at the buttons, but nothing happened. And a second later, there was a cough of smoke, and the lights behind the buttons went out too, leaving me in darkness. The emergency lighting came on for just a second, but then there was a pop of burning filament, and it went away too. Murphy and I were left huddling in the darkness on the floor. Overhead, outside in the elevator shaft, there was a sound of shrieking metal. I looked up at the invisible roof of the elevator car in the darkness. "You have got to be kidding me," I muttered. There was a rattling bang, and something the weight of a small gorilla landed on the roof of the elevator. There was a second's silence, and then something started a deafening tearing at the roof. "You have got to be kidding me!" I shouted. The scorpion wasn't. It was wrenching back the roof of the elevator, rattling the bolts and supports, making it groan. Dust rattled down in the darkness, unseen grit for my unseen eyes. We were sardines in a can, waiting to be torn up and eaten. I had the feeling that if the thing stung me now, the poison would be redundant. I would bleed to death before it became an issue. "Think, Harry!" I shouted at myself. "Think, think, think!" I was stuck in a frozen elevator, handcuffed to my unconscious friend, who was dying of poison, while a magical scorpion the size of some French cars tried to tear its way into me and rip me apart. I didn't have my blasting rod or my staff. The other gizmos I'd brought with me to the varsity were drained and useless, and my shield bracelet would only prolong the inevitable. A long strip of metal ripped away in the roof, letting in a strip of dim light. I looked up at the scorpion's underbelly, saw it wedge a claw into the breach, and start to tear it open wider. I should have smashed it when it was just a bug. I should have taken off my shoe and smashed it right there on my desk. My heart leapt into my throat as the thing tilted up, drove an exploratory pincer down into the upper third of the elevator, then started tearing the hole even larger. I gritted my teeth and started drawing in every ounce of power that I had. I knew it was useless. I could direct a firestorm at the thing, but it would slag the metal it was on, and that would come raining back down on us and kill us, making the elevator shaft too hot for us to survive. I wasn't just going to let the thing have me either, by God. Maybe if I did it just right, I could catch it as it leapt, minimize the damage that I did to the surrounding scenery. That was the problem with not being too great at evocation. Plenty of speed, plenty of power, not much refinement. That's what the staff did, and the blasting rod. They were designed to help me focus my power, give me pinpoint control. Without them, I might as well have been a suicide soldier carrying a dozen grenades strapped to his belt and ready to jerk out the pin. And then it occurred to me. I was thinking in the wrong direction. I swung my eyes down from the ceiling to the elevator's floor, pressed my palms against it. Bits of something rained down on my head and shoulders, and the clicking and scuttling of the scorpion got louder. I took all the power I'd drawn in and focused it beneath my palms. There was airspace beneath the elevator, in the elevator shaft. That was what I reached for. Air instead of fire. This was a simple spell. One I'd done hundreds of times, I told myself. It wasn't any different from calling my staff to my hand, just a little bigger. Ventos servitas! I shouted, pouring every bit of my strength, every ounce of anger, every shred of fear I had into the spell. And beneath the elevator, the winds rose up to my call, a solid column of air that caught the bottom of the elevator like a giant's palm and hurled it upward through the darkness of the elevator shaft. The brakes squealed, threw off sparks, and fell to pieces that dropped through the hole the scorpion had torn to land next to me. The force of it pressed me down to the floor with a groan. There was a long and rising whine as the car accelerated up the elevator shaft. I hadn't meant for there to be quite that much wind, I thought, and prayed that I hadn't just killed me and Murphy both. The elevator hurtled up and up and up, and I could feel my face sagging down with the speed of it. My office building is 12 stories high. We'd started at the second floor, so assuming an average of 9 feet per story, it was almost 100 feet to the building's roof. The car shot up in less than a half dozen of my frantic heartbeats, slammed past the blocks at the top of the line, and hammered into the roof of the shaft like a bell on the strongman's sledgehammer game at the amusement park. The impact crushed the scorpion into the concrete with a series of sharp popping sounds as chitinous plates cracked and splintered, flattening it into a shapeless brown splotch. Colorless goo, the ectoplasm of magically created mass, spattered out between the crushed plates and hide and down into the car. At the same time, Murphy and I were hurtled up, beating the goo halfway. I kept Murphy in the shelter of my body, trying to stay between her and the roof, and my back hit it hard enough to make me see stars. We tumbled loosely back down to the elevator's floor in a sprawl of limbs, and Murphy groaned beneath me when I landed on her. I lay still for a moment, stunned. The scorpion was dead. I'd killed it, crushed it between the elevator and the roof of the shaft, and drenched myself and Murphy and Icker doing it. I'd saved our lives from the murderous device, against the odds. But I just couldn't shake the nagging impression that I was forgetting something. There was a little groan from the elevator, and then it shuddered and started sliding back down the shaft, no longer supported by the powerful but short-lived pillar of wind that had driven it up there. We were falling back down the way we had come, and I had a feeling that we weren't going to have a much better time of it at the bottom than the scorpion had at the top. Now was the time for the bracelet, and I didn't waste a heartbeat grabbing Murphy close to me, bringing the shield into being around us. We had a couple of seconds to focus, to think. I couldn't make the globe around us too brittle, too strong, or we just smashed ourselves against the inside of it in the same way we would if we just rode the elevator down. There had to be some give to it, some flexibility, to distribute the tremendous force of the abrupt stop at the first floor. It was dark. There wasn't much time. Murphy and I rose up to the center of the space of the elevator, while I pushed the shield out all around us, filled up the space with layer after layer of flexible shielding, semi-cohesive molecules of air, patterns of force meant to spread the impact around. There is a sense of pressure all around me, as though I had been abruptly stuffed in styrofoam packing peanuts. We fell faster and faster. I sensed the bottom of the shaft coming. There was an enormous sound, and I held on to the shield with all of my might. When I opened my eyes again, I was sitting on the floor of the shattered, devastated elevator, holding a sagging, unconscious Murphy. The elevator doors gave a warped, gasping little ding and shuddered open. A pair of EMTs with emergency kits in hand stood staring at the elevator, at Murphy and me, their jaws hanging open to their knees. Dust billowed everywhere. I was alive. I blinked at that, somewhat stunned. I was alive. I looked down at myself, my arms and legs, and they were all there. Then I let my head fall back and howled a defiant laugh, a great gawping whoop of primal joy. "Take that, Victor Shadow Man," I shouted. "Give me your best shot, you murderous bastard. I'm going to take my staff and shove it down your throat." I was still laughing when the EMTs gathered me up and helped me and Murphy toward the ambulance, too stunned to ask any questions. I saw them both give me wary looks, though, and then trade a glance with one another that said they were going to sedate me with something as soon as they got the chance. "The champion!" I howled, still on an adrenaline rush the size of the Colorado River, as they helped me out toward the ambulance. I thrust my fist into the air, scarcely noting or caring that my bracelet of silver shields had turned into a blackened ring of curled and wilted links, burned to uselessness by the energies I had forced through it. "I am the man, Shadow Man. You better put your head between your legs and kiss your..." EMTs helped me outside, into the rain. The wet slaps of raindrops on my face shut me up, made me cold sober faster than anything else in the world could have done. I was suddenly acutely aware of the handcuffs around my wrist, still of the fact that I did not have Victor's talisman to use to turn his own power against him. Victor was still out there, out at his lake house. He still had a hank of my hair. He was still planning on ripping my heart out as soon as he possibly could, when the storm gave him the strength he needed. I was alive, and Murphy was alive. My elation was premature. I didn't have anything to be celebrating yet. I lifted my face to the sky. Thunder growled near at hand. Lightning danced overhead. Somewhere in the clouds, casting odd light and spectral shadows through the roiling overcast. The storm had arrived. That is the end of chapter 22.
Oh, so good. And yeah, Digibunny, hello. Yeah, Rygone does an amazing job. Who's the one that's narrating for us? Spectre down there. Yeah, we got a lot going on tonight. You got Mirai up there in the upper right who is doing some art. You got Whiskers in the bottom left who's also doing art. Whiskers is taking commissions, though might be done here soon. Not sure if they will be up for another one after this next one. We'll find out after the art is done. But yeah, got a lot going on. Yes, Orca, you... Blah. Don't die. That would be unfortunate.
We'll take about 5 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next chapter, everyone. We've got about, I think, 4 more chapters to go. So we're getting there.
All I know is it's fantastic. God, I'm gonna have so much work getting all this posted around. But hey, it's good art and it deserves to be shared around. Am I right or am I right?
I am.
What do you
I
mean?
just work here.
True, true. At least you did get paid. With some of that great art.
Uh-huh.
You know, I probably should have switched to some combat-oriented music for all of that, but I was just so enraptured in the story that I forgot.
What'd you forget?
Oh, I was gonna switch the music from suspenseful to combat and completely spaced it with, you know, your reading. I was like, okay, I know there's a fight coming up. I'll be ready to switch the music. And then I'm just sitting here like, oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I am loving it. Oh, 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 it's magic. You know. Never believe it's not so.
Confirmed. Jim is a errant mage.
Mahaha!
Summon the White Council.
Oh, wait until you learn more about them.
Oh, I'm sure they're a whole bunch of just delightful bastards.
Yeah, it's pretty predictable.
I need more water.
Well, get some.
But that means I'd have to get up. I use my mental powers in order to acquire water. Yeah, I hurt myself again.
Were you trying to summon the water with your mind?
I was trying to make my cup drift over to the kitchen and get water.
You know you need Mountain Dew to feel that.
Is blood supposed to come out of your ears?
Not normally. But in your case, we may make an exception.
Okay.
Alright. Now Whiskers is drawing a Marten. Best animal.
Marten.
I hope you're still out there, Milo.
I'm gonna go eat some water. BRB.
Okay.
If I don't return, tell my mother I loved her.
If you don't return, I will send a death squad after you to track you down. You've been
I don't know
botting.
I don't know if I like, you sending someone called a death squad. Hey, I need you to find this missing persons. You guys are the death squad, right? Yeah. You're gonna bring him back alive, right? No answer. We're back. Hmm?
Duke. Duke, 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 Duke. Building my symbols. Gonna summon Cthulhu with my streets right now. Alright, I do things. Sleep well. Kenku, just point them to my media stuff. Whiskers does not have, any real social media stuff. I take care of all of that and whatnot, so anything regarding their news and whatnot, is stuff that I handle. So yeah, just point people to my stuff. That goes for anybody that's wanting to post the Whiskers art around. It's fantastic art, though. And then there's Mirai, who is just absolutely incredible. Truly a blessing to us all.
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
Ido Things tipped $5. Zrax Heart Razim Heart.
I do things. Thank you so much for that tip. And thank you for supporting the channel. I really, really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the art.
Starwolf Skin says, I was so focused on coloring I forgot I put a little Katamari guy here, but hey, it's all done.
Oh no! Asher's joining the Katamari ball!
A generous bestowal.
Kenku tipped $10. Throwing this in as I got my paycheck.
Alright, you want that added to your last doodle thing? The one that's still pending there? Kenku. Thank you for that tip. I really appreciate it.
Duke.
Alrighty. As soon as I find the right channel. There it is. I will definitely say Asher would not be as awesome without Mirai's incredible talent bringing him to life.
Starwolf Skin says, he's so cool, I'd say ice cold.
Oh, that is... Really, Mirai? Really? Bad. Right as I'm complimenting you, too. Hi, Varian. By the way, Whiskers, would you like some talkie cards like
Starwolf Skin
that?
says, sorry I'm bad at taking compliments, but I do think I'm very funny sometimes.
Well, that was definitely hilarious. I'm sure they loved it. Would you like some talkie cards like what Mirai uses? I kept forgetting to ask. Okay, I'll get that set up here in a bit.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What's going on?
Oh, we're just talking about the arts and stuff.
Oh.
And Mirai is making horrible puns.
Do it. Embrace the Rygone. Make the puns. Force them to groan.
But if you do it too much, I might die.
Starwolf Skin says, if everything looks okay here, I'll save the file and send it over, and I think I must get to bed. I am so sleepy right now.
Alright, Mirai, thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to send that YCH. And Orca, sleep well as well. But thank you so much for all the stuff today, both of ya. Sleep well, Mirai. Bye! All right. Let's switch this back over to
Skin
this.
says, bye-bye, good night. Have a fun, we'll be back soon.
I can't wait. It's always great to have you joining.
Oh.
I sent that on to Milo Whiskers. We'll see if they are still awake and reply. More industry? Ugh! You're killing me, Smalls!
Alrighty. You ready for the next chapter?
I am ready.
Okay. What about you, chat?
They are definitely ready, aren't you, chat?
Oh no, the viewers, they're dropping. Oh, Dunbrand says bring it on.
I did get a thing from Carcerus variant, but... Oh, okay. Whiskers, Milos, they approved so far. But Carcerus, I got it from Carcerus. I'll be honest, I'm not sure who Katzen is. I'm guessing that's you, Varian, or maybe not. I'm not sure. Oh, wait, no. That's somebody else. So I got it from you, I got it from Carcerus, and I got it from Katzen. Okay, Viv. Not, Tiago, though. I'll learn these names soon. Ish. Hopefully. But yeah. I am ready, Rygone.
I don't know if chat's ready. No.
Dunbrand said bring it on. What more do you want from them?
No.
What?
No. All right. Let's go ahead and continue. Pause the music. I really need to get like a fireplace sound effect for the background or something. Chapter 23. Take a drink. Raindrops pelted down around me. The big splashy kind you only really see in the spring. The air grew thicker, hotter, even with the rain falling. I had to think fast, use my head, be calm, hurry up. Murphy's handcuff still held me fastened to her wrist. Both of us were coated in dust that was stuck to the stinking, colorless goo. The ectoplasm that magic called from somewhere else whenever generic mass was called in for a spell. The goo wouldn't last long. Within a few more minutes, it would simply dissipate, vanish into thin air, return to wherever it had come from in the first place. For the moment, it was just a rather disgusting, slimy annoyance. But maybe one that I could put to use. My own hands were too broad, but Murphy had delicate little lady's hands, except where practice with her gun and her martial arts staff routines had left calluses. If she had heard me thinking that, and had been conscious, she would have punched me in the mouth for being a chauvinist pig. One of the MTs was babbling into a headset, while the other was on Murphy's other side, supporting her along with me. It was the only chance I was going to get. I hunched over beside Murphy's diminutive form and tried to shroud what I was doing with the dark folds of my black duster. I worked at her hand, squeezing her limp, limy fingers together and trying to slip the steel loop of the handcuffs over her hand. I took some skin off of her. She groaned a lot, but I managed to get the cuffs off of her wrist just as the EMT and I sat her down on the curb next to the ambulance. The other EMT ran to the back of the ambulance and swung it open, rummaging around inside of it. I could hear sirens, Both police cars and fire engines approaching from all directions. Nothing's ever simple when I'm around. She's been poisoned, I told the EMT. The wound site is on her right upper arm or shoulder. Check for a massive dose of brown scorpion venom. There should be some anti-venom available somewhere. She'll need a tourniquet and... Buddy, the EMT said, annoyed. I know my job. What the hell happened in there? Don't ask, I said, glancing back at the building. The rain came down more heavily by slow degrees. Was I too late? Would I be dead before I could get to the lake house? You're bleeding, the EMT told me, without looking up from Murphy. I looked down at my leg, but it didn't start hurting until I actually saw the injury and remembered I had had it. The scorpion's claw had ripped me pretty good, opening a 6-inch tear in the leg of my sweats, and a comparable gash in the leg beneath, ragged and painful. Sit down, the EMT said. I'll take care of it in a second. Wrinkled up his face. What the hell is this stinking shit all over you? I wiped rain from my hair, slicking it back. The other EMT came running with a bottle of oxygen and a stretcher. They both bent over their work with Murphy. Her face had discolored, pale in parts, too brightly red in others. She was as limp as a wet dollar, except for the occasional shudder or flinch. Quivers of her muscle that came from nowhere, pained her for a moment, and then abruptly vanished. It was my fault Murphy was there. It had been my decision to hold information away from her that had compelled her to take direct action, to search my office. If I had just been more open, more honest, maybe she wouldn't be lying there right now, dying. I didn't want to walk away from her. I didn't want to turn my back on her again, leave her behind me, alone. But I did. Before the support units arrived, before police started asking questions, before the EMTs began looking around for me and giving my description to police officers, I turned on my heel and walked away. I hated myself every step. I hated leaving before I knew if Murphy would survive the scorpion's venomous sting. I hated that my apartment and my office building had been trashed, torn to pieces by demons and giant insects and my own clumsy power. I hated to close my eyes, see the twisted, mangled bodies of Jennifer Stanton and Tommy Tom and Linda Randall. I hated the sick twisting of fear in my guts when I imagined my own spare frame torn asunder by the same forces. And most of all, I hated the one responsible for all of it. Victor Ells. Victor, who was going to kill me as soon as the storm grew, could be dead in another 5 minutes. No, I couldn't. I got a little more excited as I thought about the problem and looked up at the clouds. The storm had come in from the west and was only now going over the city. It wasn't moving fast. It was a ponderous roller of a thunderstorm that would hammer at the area for hours. The Celsius Lake House was to the east, around the shore of Lake Michigan, maybe 30 or 40 miles away as the crow flies. I could beat the storm to the lake house if I was fast enough. If I could get a car, I could get out to the lake house and challenge Victor directly. My rod and staff were gone, dropped when the scorpion attacked. I might have been able to call them down from my office with winds, but as worked up as I was, I might accidentally blow out the wall if I tried. I didn't care to be crushed by hundreds of pounds of flying brick, called to my outstretched hand by the strength of my magic and my fury. My shield bracelet was gone too, burned out by countering the tremendous force of the impact of the falling elevator. I still had my mother's pentacled talisman at my throat, the symbol of order, of the controlled patterns of power that were at the heart of white magic. I still had the advantage of years of formal training. I still had the edge and experience in sorcerer's confrontations. I still had my faith. But that was about all. I was weary, battered, tired, hurt, and I had already pulled more magic out of the hat in one day than most wizards could in a week. I was pushing the edge already, in both mystic and physical terms. That just didn't matter to me. The pain in my leg didn't make me weaker, didn't discourage me, didn't distract me as I walked. It was like a fire in my thoughts, my concentration, burning ever more brightly, more pure, refining my anger, my hate, into something steel hard, steel sharp. I could feel it burning and reached for it eagerly, shoving the pain inside to fuel my incandescent anger. Victor Shadowman was going to pay for what he'd done to all those people, to me and my friends. Damn it all. I was not going out before I'd caught up to that man and shown him what a real wizard could do. It didn't take me long to walk to McAnally's. I came through the door in a storm of long legs, rain, wind, flapping duster, and angry eyes. Place was packed, people sitting at every one of the 13 stools at the bar, at every one of the 13 tables, leaning against most of the 13 columns. Pipe smoke drifted through the air in a haze, stirred by the languidly spinning blades of the ceiling fans. The light was dim, candles burning at the tables and in sconces on the walls, plus a little gray stormlight sliding in through the windows. The light made the carvings on the columns vague and mysterious, the shadows changing them in a subtle fashion. All of Mac's chessboards were out on the tables, but my sense of it was that those playing and watching the games were trying to keep their minds off of something that was disturbing them. They all turned to stare at me as I came to the door and down the steps, dripping rainwater and a little blood onto the floor. The room got really quiet. They were the have-nots of the magical community. Hedge magi without enough talent, motivation, or strength to be true wizards. Innately gifted people who knew what they were and tried to make as little of it as possible. Dabblers, herbalists, holistic healers, kitchen witches, troubled youngsters just touching their abilities and wondering what to do about it. Older men and women, younger people, faces impassive or concerned or fearful. They were all there. I knew them all by sight, not by name. I swept my gaze around the room. Every one of the people I looked at dropped their eyes, but I didn't need to look deep to see what was happening. Word has a way of getting around between practitioners of magic, and the arcane party line was working as it usually did. Word was out. There was a mark on my head, and they all knew it. Trouble was brewing between two wizards, white and black, and they had all come here, to the shelter offered by McAnally's winding spaces and disruptive configurations of tables and columns. They'd come here to shelter until it was over. It didn't offer any shelter to me, though. My Ganalese couldn't protect me against a sharply directed spell. It was an umbrella, not a bomb shelter. I couldn't get away from what Victor would do to me, unless I cared to flee to the Never Never itself. And for me, that was more dangerous, in some ways, than staying at Max. I stood there in the silence for a moment, but said nothing. These people were associates, friends of a casual sort, but I couldn't ask them to stand beside me. Whatever Victor thought he was, he had the power of a real wizard. He could crush any of these people like a boot could a cockroach. They weren't prepared to deal with this sort of thing. Mac, I said finally. My voice fell on the silence like a hammer on glass. I need to borrow your car. Mac hadn't quit polishing the bar with a clean white cloth when I entered. His spare frame gaunt in a white shirt, dark breeches. He hadn't stopped when the room had grown still, and he didn't stop when he pulled the keys out of his pocket and tossed them to me with one hand. I caught them and said, "Thanks, Mac." "Ah," Mac said. He glanced up at me, and then behind me. I took the gesture for the warning it was, and turned. Lightning flashed outside. Morgan stood silhouetted in the doorway at the top of the little flight of stairs, his broad frame black against the gray sky. He came down the stairs toward me, and the thunder came in on his heels. Rain had made little difference in the lay of his dull brown and gray hair, except for changing the texture of curl in his warrior's ponytail. I could see the hilt of the sword he wore beneath his black overcoat. He had a muscular, scarred hand on it. "Harry Dresden," he said, "I finally figured it out. Using the storms to kill these people is insanely dangerous, but you are just the sort of ambitious fool who would do it." He set his jaw in a hard line. "Have a seat," he said, gesturing at a table. The people sitting in it cleared away fast. "We're going to stay here, both of us. I'm going to make sure that you don't have the chance to use this storm to hurt anyone else. I'm going to make sure you don't get to try your cowardly tricks until the council decides your fate." His gray eyes glittered with grim determination and certainty. I stared at him. I swallowed my anger, the words I wanted to throw back at him, the spell I wanted to use to blast him out of my way, and spoke gently. "Morgan, I know who the killer is, and he's after me next. If I don't get to him and stop him, I'm as good as dead." His eyes hardened, a fanatic's gleam. He spoke in two sharp little explosions of single syllables. "Sit down." Drew the sword out from its scabbard by a couple of inches. I let my shoulders sag. I turned toward the table. I leaned against the back of one of the chairs for a moment, taking a little weight off of my injured leg, and drew the chair out from the table. Then I picked it up, spun it in a half circle with it to gather momentum, and smashed it into the warden's stomach. Morgan tried to recoil, but I'd caught him off guard, and the blow struck home, hard and heavy, with the weight of Mac's handmade wooden chair. In real life, the chair doesn't break when you slug somebody with it, the way it does in the movies. The person you hit is the one you breaks. Morgan doubled forward, dropping to one hand and one knee. I didn't wait for him to recover. Instead, as the chair bounced off his ribs, I used the momentum of it to spin all the way around in a complete circle in the other direction, lifting the chair high and brought it smiting down over the other man's back. The blow drove him hard into the floor, where he lay unmoving. I sat the chair back at the table and looked around the room. Everyone was staring, pale. They knew who Morgan was, what his relationship to me was. They knew about the council and my precarious stance with it. They knew that I had just assaulted a duly appointed representative of the council in pursuit of the execution of his duty. I'd rolled the stone over my grave. There wasn't a prayer that I could convince the council that I wasn't a rogue wizard fleeing justice now. Hell with them, I said aloud to no one in particular. I haven't got time for this. Mac came out from behind the bar, not moving in a hurry, but not with his usual laconic lack of concern either. He knelt by Morgan and felt at his throat, then peeled back an eyelid and peered at the man. Max squinted up at me and said, expressionless, "Alive." I nodded, feeling some slight relief. However much of an ass Morgan was, he had good intentions. He and I wanted the same thing, really. He just didn't realize that. I didn't want to kill him. But I had to admit, in some gleeful little corner of my soul, that the look of shocked surprise on his arrogant face as I hit him with the chair was a sight worth remembering. Max stooped and picked up the keys where I dropped them on the floor as I swung the chair. I hadn't noticed that I had. Mac handed them back to me and said, "Council will be pissed." Me worry about that. He nodded. "Look, Harry." Mac offered me his hand and I took it. The room was still silent. Fearful, worried eyes watched me. I took the keys and walked up, out of the light and shelter of McAnaldy's, and into the storm, my bridges burning behind me. That is the end of chapter 23.
Okay, go for the next one.
Right now?
Yes.
Whoa.
Do you really need to ask?
Half-hour break.
Oh, come on!
Well, you gotta give me a couple minutes just to at least get a drink of water.
Yes, that's fine. Traffic. It's always the dang traffic. What the hell, people? There is no freaking crosswalk there.
So what, this is a free country?
They are so aggravating. waiting! 'Tis disturbing to my demeanor.
I'm hit with toast. 5 minutes more added.
I'll bring out the sad eyes.
I have to eat my toast. Nom 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 nom.
The sad eyes.
Oh, thank you. I needed hydration. Sip, 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 sip.
That is looking
another toast.
amazing, Whiskers. Absolutely amazing.
Oh, Zim, you gotta stop varying. They keep tossing toast at me now.
Varian! If you ruin him, he can't do the reading. That will make me sad. Thank you for the head pats, Whiskers.
Big stretch? Fuck yeah. Here's hoping I don't break something and then go to the hospital.
I will chomp.
You would chop something this cute?
Possibly. There. Hopefully that will work.
Alrighty, chat. I need one person who's willing to say, "Wait, damn word, you motherfucker," and we will continue. Can't be Zim.
What did you want them to say?
Read them words, motherfudger.
Somebody please. Please.
All right, Burnin. All right, I'll good. I'll get to the next chapter. And you did it in the David Attenborough voice, who I can't hear right now. Alrighty, we're moving on to the next chapter, everyone. Chapter 24. I drove for my life. Mac's car was an '89 Trans Am, pure white, with a big 8-cylinder engine. The speedometer goes to 130 miles an hour. In places, I went past that. The falling rain made the roads dangerous at the speed I was driving, but I had plenty of incentive to keep the car moving as quickly as possible. I was still riding the steel-hard edge of anger that had carried me away from the ruins of my office and through Morgan. The sky grew darker, a combination of building banks of storm clouds and the approaching dusk. The lighting was strange, greenish. The leaves of the tree as I left the city standing out too sharply, too harshly. The yellows of the lines in the road too dim. Most of the cars I saw had their headlights on. The street lights were clicking alight as I barreled down the highway. Fortunately, Sunday evening isn't a busy one, as far as traffic goes. I'd have been dead any other night. I must also have been driving during the watch rotation for the highway patrol, because not one of them tried to pull me over. I tried to tune in the weather station on the radio, but gave it up. The storm, plus my own agitation, was creating a cloud of squealing feedback on the radio speakers, but nothing intelligible about the storm. I could only pray that I was going to get over to Lake Providence before it did. I won. The curtains of rain parted for me as I whipped past the city limit sign for Lake Providence. I hit the brakes to slow for the turn onto the lakefront road that led to the cell's house, started hydroplaning, turned into the slide with more composure and ability than I really should have had, and got the vehicle back under control in time to slide onto the correct road. I pulled into the cell's gravel drive on the swampy little peninsula that stretched out into Lake Michigan. The Trans Am slid to a halt in a shower of gravel and a roar of mighty engine, then sputtered and gasped into silence. I felt, for a giddy second and a half, like Magnum P.I., Blue Beetle aside, I could get into the sports car thing. At least it had lasted long enough for me to get to the cell's place. "Thanks, Mac," I grunted and got out of the car. The gravel driveway leading back to the lake house was half sunk in water from recent storms. My leg hurt me too much to run very fast, but I set off down the drive at a long-legged lope, rapidly eating the distance to the house. The storm loomed before me, rolling across the lake toward the shore. I could see columns of rain, dimly lit by the fading light, falling into its waters. I raced the storm to the house, and as I did, I drew in every bit of power and alertness that I could, keyed myself to a tighter level, tuned my senses to their sharpest pitch. I came to a halt 20 yards shy of the house and closed my eyes, panting. There could be magical traps or alarms strewn about, or spiritual or shrouded guardians invisible to the naked eye. There could be spells waiting, illusions meant to hide Victor's cells from anyone who came looking. I needed to be able to see past all that. I needed to have every scrap of knowledge I could get. So, I opened my third eye. How can I explain what a wizard sees? It isn't something that lends itself readily to description. Describing something helps to define it, to give it limits, to set guardrails of understanding around it. Wizards have had the sight since time began, and they still don't understand how it works, why it does what it does. The only thing I can say is that I felt as though a veil of thick cloth had been lifted away from me as I opened my eyes again. Not only from my eyes, but from all of my senses. I could abruptly smell the mud and fish odor of the lake, the trees around the house, the fresh scent of the coming rain preceding the storm on the smoke-stained wind. I looked at the trees, saw them, not just in the first green coat of spring, but in the full bloom of summer, the splendor of the fall, and the barren desolation of winter, all at the same time. I saw the house, and each separate part of it as its own component. The timbers as part of spectral trees, the windows as pieces of distant, sandy shores. You could feel the heat of summer, and the cold of winter and the wind coming off the lake. I saw the house wreathed in ghostly flames. I knew that those were part of its possible future. That fire laid out several of the many paths of possibility that lay ahead in the next hour. The house itself was a place of power. Dark emotions, greed, lust, hatred, all hung over it as visible things. Molds and slimes that were strewn over it like Spanish moss with malevolent eyes. Ghostly things, restless spirits moved around the place, drawn to the sense of fear, despair, and anger that hung over it. Mindless shades that were always to be found in such places, like rats in granaries. The only thing that I saw over the house was a grinning, empty skull. Skulls were everywhere, wherever I looked, just at the edge of my vision, silent and still and bleach white, as solid and real as though a fetishist had scattered them around in anticipation of some bizarre holiday. Death. Death lay in the house's future, tangible, solid, unavoidable. Maybe mine. I shuddered and shoved the feeling away. No matter how strong the vision, how powerful the image gained with the sight, the future was always mutable, always something that could be changed. No one had to die tonight. It didn't have to come to that. Not for them, not for me. But a sick feeling had settled on to me as I looked on this darkling house, with all of its stinking lust and fear, all of its horrid hate worn openly upon it to my sight, like a mantle of flayed human skin on the shoulders of a pretty girl with gorgeous hair, luscious lips, sunken eyes, and rotting teeth. It repulsed me, and it made me afraid. And something about it, intangible, something I couldn't name, called to me, beckoned. Here was power. Power I had thrust aside once before in the past. I had thrown away the only family I'd ever known to turn away power exactly like this. This was a sort of strength that could reach out and change the world to my will, bend it and shape it to my desiring, could cut through all the petty trivialities of law and civilization and impose order where there was none, guarantee my security, my position, my future. And what had been my reward for turning that power aside thus far? Suspicion and contempt from the very wizards I had acted to support and protect. Condemnation from the White Council, whose law I had clung to when all the world had been laid at my feet. I could kill the Shadow Man now, before he knew I was here. I could call down fury and flame on the house and kill everyone in it, not leave one stone upon another. I could reach out and embrace the dark energy he had gathered in this place, draw it in and use it for whatever I wanted, and the consequences be damned. Why not kill him now? Violet light, visible to my sight, throbbed and pulsed inside the windows. Power being gathered and prepared and shaped. The Shadow Man was inside, and he was gathering his might, preparing to unleash the spell that would kill me. What reason had I to let him go on breathing? I clenched my fists in fury, and I could feel the air crackle with tension as I prepared to destroy the lake house, the Shadow Man, and any of the pathetic underlings he had with him. With such power, I could cast my defiance at the council itself, the gathering of white-bearded old fools, without foresight, without imagination, without vision. The council and that pathetic watchdog Morgan had no idea of the true depths of my strength. The energy was all there, gleeful within my anger, ready to reach out and reduce to ashes all that I hated and feared. The silver pentacle that had been my mother's burned cold on my chest. A sudden weight that made me gasp. I sagged forward a little and lifted a hand. My fingers were so tightly crushed into fists that it hurt to try to open them. My hand shook, wavered, and began to fall again. Then, something strange happened. Another hand took mine. The hand was slim, the fingers long and delicate, feminine. The hand gently covered mine, but I lifted it like a small child's until I held my mother's pentacle in my grasp. I held it in my hand, felt its cool strength, its ordered and rational geometry. The five-pointed star within the circle was the ancient sign of white wizardry, the only remembrance of my mother. The cold strength of the pentacle gave me a chance, a moment to think again, to clear my head. I took deep breaths, struggling to see clear of the anger, the hate, the deep lust that burned within me for vengeance and retribution. That wasn't what magic was for. That wasn't what magic did. Magic came from life itself, from the interaction of nature and the elements, from the energy of all living beings, and especially of people. A man's magic demonstrates what sort of person he is, what is held most deeply inside of him. There is no truer gauge of a man's character than the way in which he employs his strength, his power. I was not a murderer. I was not like Victor Sells. I was Harry, Blackstone, Copperfield, Dresden. I was a wizard. Wizards control their power. They don't let it control them. And wizards don't use magic to kill people. They use it to discover, to protect, to mend, to help, not to destroy. The anger abruptly evaporated. The burning hate subsided, leaving my head clear enough to think again. The pain in my leg settled into a dull ache, and I shivered in the wind and the first droplets of rain. I didn't have my staff, and I didn't have my rod. The trinkets I did have with me were either expended or burned to uselessness. All I had was what was inside me. I looked up, suddenly feeling smaller and very alone. There was no one near me. No hand was touching mine. No one stood close by. For just a moment, I thought I smelled a whiff of perfume, familiar and haunting. Then it was gone. And the only one I had to help me was myself. I blew out a breath. Well, Harry, I told myself, that's just going to have to be enough. And so, I walked through a spectral landscape littered with skulls into the teeth of the coming storm, to a house covered in malevolent power, throbbing with savage and feral mystic strength. I walked forward to face a murderous opponent who had all the advantages, and who stood prepared and willing to kill me from where he stood within the heart of his own destructive power, while I was armed with nothing more than my own skill and wit and experience. Do I have a great job or what? That is the end of chapter 24.
Oh!
Woohoo!
These dang pauses. They are at the worst times.
You know what I should do right now?
Choose your next words very carefully, my friend.
I should clean my room. I haven't done that in a while.
That is a terrible choice of words to use right now.
Yeah, might take me, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes.
No.
What? But don't you want me to be living in a clean room?
Actually, that is a very good voice line.
That's forever.
Delphox Paws.
No answer?
This stream is sponsored by Delphox Paws.
Right now I'm getting some sounds played, but
Oh, okay.
yes, I would love you to live in a clean room.
Well, I'm glad we're in agreement.
But not right now.
Oh.
Duke.
Chrysos, give me a bouille right now.
I see.
A wee.
Really?
I shall be a slob forever.
No, no, not forever.
No, I've been locked up.
Great, now you can't escape.
My voice, it's leaving me.
Rygone. You are a wonderful friend, and a delight to hang out with.
Huh?
But I want more.
Oh, there's another clip for you to do.
Hi, Dunbrine.
Oh, Shine messaged me.
Tell Shine I said hi. What do you mean you clipped old Zim?
I'm a puppy. I'm a puppy.
Yes. Yes, he is a puppy.
Who's a puppy?
Avi.
Yeah. Sip, 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 sip.
Nice and hydrated now? Ready to continue, my friend?
Nom, 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 nom. Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, cool. I'm ready.
Nom, nom, nom.
You said yes!
I can't read with my mouth full.
Ah!
Okay, now I'm ready. Ooh, Shine messaged again. Yeah, I'll just tell him real quick. I'm just doing some narration. You say hi. All right, everyone. Let us continue. Chapter 25. The sight of Victor's lake house will always be with me. It was an abomination. It looked innocuous enough, physically. My music started playing like really late. It looked innocuous enough, physically, but on a deeper level, it was foul, rotten. It seethed with negative energy, anger, and pride, and lust. Especially lust. Lust for wealth, lust for power, more than physical desire. Shadowy spirit beings that weren't wholly real, only manifestations of the negative energy of the place, clung to the walls, the rain gutters, the porch, the windowsills, gluting themselves on the negative energy left over from Victor's spellcasting. I was guessing that there was a lot of it. He didn't strike me as someone who would be able to make sure that his spells were energy efficient. I limped up the front steps. My sight revealed no alarms, no sorceress tripwires. I might be giving Victor's Shadow Man too much credit. He was as powerful as a full-blown wizard, but he didn't have the education. Muscle, not brains. That was Victor's Shadow Man. I had to keep that in mind. I tried the front door, just for the hell of it. It opened. Blinked, but I didn't question the good fortune, or the overconfidence that had seen to it that Victor left his front door standing unlocked. Instead, I took a breath, gathered up what will I had, and pressed inside. I forget how the house was furnished or decorated. All I remember is what the sight showed me. More of the same as the outside, but more concentrated, more noxious. Things clung everywhere. Things with silent, glittering eyes and hungry expressions. Some reptilian, some more like rats, some insectoid. All of them were unpleasant, hostile, and shied away from me as I came in, as the aura of energy I held in readiness around me touched them. Quiet noises, things I would never have heard with my ears. But the sight encompasses all of that. There is a long, dark hallway coated with the things. I advanced slowly, quietly, and they oozed and crept and slithered from my path. The dark purple light of magic that I'd seen from outside was ahead of me, and growing brighter. I could hear music playing, and recognized it as the same piece that had been playing on the CD player at the Madison in Tommy Tom's suite when Murphy had asked me there on Thursday. Slow, sensuous music, steady rhythm. I closed my eyes for a moment, listening. I heard sounds, a quiet whisper being repeated over and over. A man's voice repeating an incantation, holding a spell in readiness for release. That would be Victor. I heard soft sighs of pleasure from a woman. The Becketts? I could only assume so. And, in a rumble that I could feel through the soles of my boots, I heard thunder over the lake. The low, chanting voice took on an edge of vicious, spiteful satisfaction, and continued the incantation. I gathered up what energy I had, and stepped around the corner, out of the hallway, into a spacious room that stretched up to the full height of the house without interruption. Yards of open air. The room below was a living room. A spiral staircase wound its way up to what looked like a kitchen, dining room on a sort of platform, or balcony above the rest of the room. The elevated deck on the back of the house must be accessible from the platform. There is no one in the main room. The chanting and the occasional sigh came from the platform above. The CD player was down in the room beneath, music flowing from speakers that were covered with an image of fire and dozens of bloated, disgusting creature forms feeding on the music as it came out. I could see the influence of the music as a faint, violet mist, in tune with the light coming from the platform above. This was a complex ritual spell, then, involving many base elements coordinated by the central wizard, Victor. Tricky. No wonder it was so effective. It must have taken Victor a lot of trial and error to figure it out. I glanced up at the platform, then crossed the room, keeping as far away as I could from the CD player. I slipped under the platform without making any noise, and dozens upon dozens of slimy, not physical spirit things oozed from my path. Rain increased to a dull, steady rhythm outside, on the roof, and on the wooden deck, and against the windows. There were boxes stacked all around me. Plastic cases and cartons, and cardboard boxes and wooden crates. I opened the nearest one and saw inside at least 100 slender vials like the one I had seen before, full of the liquid 3-eye. Beneath a vision of my sight, it looked different, thick and cloudy with possibility, potential disaster lurking in every vial. Faces, twisted in horror and torment, swam through the liquid, ghostly images of what might be. I looked at the other boxes. In one, ancient liquor bottles full of an almost luminescent green liquid. Absinthe. Leaned closer, sniffing, and could almost taste the madness that swam blatant in the liquid. I leaned back from the boxes, stomach churning. I checked the other boxes quickly. Ammonia, reminiscent of hospitals and mental wards. Peyote, mushrooms, and plastic Tupperware. I was familiar with them. Alum, white and powdery. Antifreeze, glitter in 100 metallic shades, and a huge plastic bag. Other things, deeper in the shadows, that I didn't take the time to look at. I had already figured out what all the articles were for. Potions. Ingredients for potions. This was how Victor was making the 3-eye. He was just doing the same thing I did when I made my little potions, but on a grander scale, using energy he stole from other places, other people. He used absinthe as the base, and moved out from there. Victor was mass-producing what amounted to a magical poison, one that probably remained inert until it was inside someone, interacting with their emotions and desires. That would explain why I hadn't noticed anything about it before. It would have been obvious to a cursory examination, or to anything short of fully opening up my sight, and that wasn't something I did very often. I closed my eyes, shaking. The sight was showing me too much. That was always the problem with it. I could look at these ingredients, the cases of the finished drug, and catch flash images of exactly how much suffering could be caused. There's too much. I was starting to get disoriented. Thunder came again, more sharply, and above me, Victor's voice rose in pitch to something audible. He was chanting in an ancient language. Egyptian, Babylonian, it didn't really matter. I could understand the sense of the words clearly enough. They were words of hate, malevolence. They were the words that were meant to kill. My shaking was becoming more pronounced. Was it only the effects of the sight? Presence of so much negative energy reacting with me? No. I was simply afraid. Terrified to come out of my hiding place under the platform and to meet the master of the slithering horde that was draped over everything in sight. I could feel his strength from here, his confidence, the force of his will infusing the very air with a sort of hateful certainty. I was afraid with the same fear that a child feels when confronted with a large, angry dog, or with a neighborhood bully. The kind of fear that paralyzes you, makes you want to make excuses and hide. But there is no time for hiding, no time for excuses. I had to act. So I forced my sight closed and gathered my courage as best I could. Thunder roared outside, and there was a flash of lightning, the two happening close together. The lights flickered, and the music skipped a track. Victor screamed out the incantation in a kind of ecstasy above me. The woman's voice, presumably Miss Beckett's, rose to a fevered pitch. Pays your money, you take your chances, I muttered to myself. I focused my will, extended my right arm and open palm to the stereo system, and shouted, "Fuego!" Rush of heat from my hand exploded into flame on the far side of the room and engulfed the stereo, which began to emit a sound more like a long, tortured scream than music. Murphy's handcuff still dangled from my wrist, one loop swinging free. When I turned, extended my arms and roared, "Venice!" Wind swept up beneath me, making my duster billow like Batman's cloak, lifting me directly up to the platform above and over its low railing into the suspended room. Even expecting the sight, it rattled me. Victor was dressed in black slacks, a black shirt, black shoes. Very stylish, especially compared to my sweatpants and cowboy boots. His shaggy eyebrows and lean features were highlighted eerily by the dark light flowing up from the circle around him, where the implements of his ritual spell were ready to complete the ceremony that would kill me. He had what looked like a spoon, its edges sharpened to razor keenness, a pair of candles, black and white, and a white rabbit, its feet bound with red cord. One of its legs was bleeding from a small tear, staining the white fur. And tied against its head with a cord was a lock of my own dark, straight hair. Over to one side was another circle, laid out in chalk upon the carpeting, maybe 15 feet across. The Becketts were inside, writhing together in mindless, sweating desire, generating energy for Victor's spell. Victor stared at me in shock as I landed upon the balcony, wind whipping around me, roaring inside the small room like a miniature cyclone, knocking over potted plants and knickknacks. "You!" he shouted. "Me!" I confirmed. "There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Vic." His shock transformed into snarling anger in a heartbeat. He snatched up the sharpened spoon, raised it in his right hand, and screamed out the words of the incantation. He dragged the rabbit in front of him, the ceremonial representation of me, and prepared to gouge out its, and therefore my, heart. I didn't give him the chance to finish. I reached into a pocket and hurled the empty plastic film canister at Victor's Shadow Man. As a weapon, it wasn't much, but it was real, and it had been hurled by a real person, a mortal. It could shatter the integrity of a magic circle. The canister went through the air above Victor's circle and broke it. Just as he completed the incantation and drove the spoon's blade down at the poor rabbit. The energy of the storm came whipping down the cylinder of focus created by Victor's now flawed circle. Power shattered out into the room, wild, undirected, and unfocused, naked color and raw sound spewing everywhere with hurricane force. It sent objects flying, including Victor and me, and shattered the secondary circle the Becketts were in, sending them rolling and bumping across the floor and into one wall. I braced myself against a guardrail and held on as the power raged around me, charging the air with raw, dangerous magic, surging about like water under pressure, seeking an outlet. "You bastard!" Victor screamed into the gale. "Why didn't you just die?" He lifted a hand and screamed something at me, and fire washed across the space between us, instant and hot. I tapped some of the ample power now available in the room and formed a hard, high wall in front of me, squeezing my eyes shut in concentration. It was a dozen times harder to shield without my bracelet, but I blocked the flame, sent it swirling high and over me, puddling under a little quarter dome of hardened air that would not let Victor's magic past it. I opened my eyes in time to see the flames touch the ceiling beams and set them alight. The air still thrummed with energy as the wash of flame passed. Victor snarled when he saw me rise, lifted a hand to one side, and snarled out words of summoning. A crooked stick that looked like it might be some kind of bone soared through the air toward him, and he caught it in one hand, turning to me with the attitude of a man holding the gun. The problem with most wizards is that they get too used to thinking in terms of one venue: magic. I don't think Victor expected me to rise, lurch across the trembling floor toward him, and drive my shoulder into his chest, slamming him back into the wall with a satisfying thud. I leaned back a little and drove a knee toward his gut, missed, and got him square between the legs instead. The breath went out of him in a rush, and he doubled over to the ground. By this time I was screaming at him, senseless and incoherent. I started kicking at his head. I heard a metallic, ratcheting sound behind me, and spun my head in time to see Beckett, naked, point an automatic weapon at me. I threw myself to one side and heard a brief explosion of gunfire. Something hot toward my hip, spinning me into a roll, and I kept going into the kitchen. I heard Beckett snarl a curse. There were a number of sharp clicking sounds. The automatic had jammed. Hell, with this much magic flying around the room, we were all lucky the thing hadn't just exploded. Victor, meanwhile, shook the end of the bone tube he held, and a half-dozen dried brown scorpion husks fell out onto the carpeting. His whiter-than-white teeth flashed in his boater-brown face, and he snarled, "Scorpus! Scorpus! Scorpus!" His eyes gleamed with lust and fury. One of my legs wasn't answering my calls to action, so I crab walked backward into the kitchen on the heels of my hands and one leg. Out on the dining section of the balcony, the scorpions shuddered to life and started to grow. First one, and then the others, oriented on the kitchen, and started toward me in scuttling bursts of speed, getting larger as they came. Victor howled his glee. The Becketts rose, both naked, lean and savage-looking, both sporting guns, their eyes empty of everything but a wild sort of bloodlust. I felt my shoulders press against a counter. There was a rattle, and then a broom fell down against me, its handle bouncing off my head and landing on the tile floor beside me. I grabbed at it, my heart pounding somewhere around my throat. A room full of deadly drug. One evil sorcerer on his home turf. Two crazies with guns. One storm of wild magic looking for something to set it into explosive motion. And half a dozen scorpions like the one I had barely survived earlier, rapidly growing to movie monster size. Less than a minute on the clock, and no timeouts remaining for the quarterback. All in all, was looking like a bad evening for the home team. That is the end of chapter 25.
More? More?
Sad violin. Yeah, we'll keep going. Just give me a couple minutes, everyone.
Duke.
Right. Hopefully this will solve at least some of my traffic problems. Knowing the way this game works, I have my doubts. Any of you who have played this game understand exactly what I'm talking about. Or the first game. Traffic is an ever-present problem. And never seems to have any actual solution. Did I remember healthcare? Yes, I have healthcare.
Why, thank you, Variant Cat, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support for the channel. I hope you enjoy the ad-free experience.
A Duke. Oh, right. Always forget to remove the crosswalk. They are definitely not something I want up right now.
Duke.
Okay. I think we need to remove this.
Oh, bye-bye.
What's up?
Oh, you said you had to remove me.
I did not say you.
Oh, I see.
You are not getting free that easily.
Darn.
We will do this and remove that. Remove that and reconnect these. There we go. That should help. Or it won't. And I might have made everything worse. Who knows?
Thank you for the pets.
Pet, pet, pet the Rygone. 'Cause he's really great. Alright, so your doodle is done, Gimmond. So is Kenku's. Next up shall be
I love you too,
Brian's.
Alrighty, is everyone ready for the next chapter?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and do the next chapter. How is Harry Tristan gonna get out of this one?
With panache, of course.
Oh, are you sure we're talking about the same character?
Okay, with brute force.
Chapter 26. I was so dead. There was no way out of the kitchen, no time to use an explosive evocation in close quarters, and the deadly scorpions would rip me to pieces well before Victor could blow me up with explosive magic, or one of the blood-maddened Beckets could get their guns working long enough to put a few more bullets in me. My hip was beginning to scream with pain, which I suppose was better than the deadly dull numbness of more serious injuries and shock. But at the moment it was the least of my worries. I clutched the broom to me, my only pitiful weapon. I didn't even have the mobility to use it. Then something occurred to me, something so childish that I almost laughed. I plucked a straw from the broomstick and began a low and steady chant, bobbing about in the air with the fingers that held the straw. I reached out and took hold of the immense amounts of untapped energy running rampant in the air, and drew them into the spell. Pulitas! I shouted, drawing the chant to a crescendo. Pulitas! Pulitas! Broom twitched. It quivered. It jerked upright in my hands, and then it took off across the kitchen floor, its brush waving menacingly to meet the scorpion's advance. The last thing I expected to use that cleaning spell for, when I'd laboriously been forced to learn it, was a tide of poisonous scorpion monsters. But port in a storm. The broom swept into them with ferocious energy and started flicking them across the kitchen toward the rest of the balcony with tidy, efficient motions. Each time one of the scorpions would try to dodge around it, the broom would tilt out and catch the beastie before it could, flick it neatly onto its back, and continue about its job. I'm pretty sure I'd got all the dirt on the way, too. When I do a spell, I do it right. Victor screeched in anger when he saw his pets, still too small to carry much mass, being so neatly corralled and ushered off the balcony. The Becketts lifted their guns and opened fire on the broom, while they hunkered down behind the counter. They must have been using revolvers now, because they fired smoothly and in an ordered rhythm. Bullets smacked into the walls and the counters at the back of the kitchen, but none of them came through the counter that sheltered me. I caught my breath, pressing my hand against the blood on my hip. It hurt like bloody hell. I thought the bullet was stuck, somewhere by the bone. I couldn't move my leg. There was a lot of blood, but not so much that I was sitting in a puddle. Out on the balcony, the fire was beginning to catch, spreading over the roof. The entire place was going to come crashing down before much longer. Stop shooting! Stop shooting, damn you! Victor screamed as the gunfire came to a halt. I risked a peek over the counter. My broom had swept the scorpions off the edge of the balcony and to the floor of the room below. As I watched, Victor caught the broom by its handle and broke it over the balcony railing with a snarl. The straw I still held in my fingers broke with a sharp little twang. I felt the energy fade from the spell. Victor's shadow man snarled. "A cute trick, Dresden," he said, "but pathetic. There's no way you can survive this. Give up, I'll be willing to let you walk away." Becketts were reloading. I ducked my head back down before they got any funny ideas, and I hoped they didn't have heavier rounds that could penetrate the counters I hid behind, and whatever contents they contained, to kill me. "Sure, Vic," I replied, keeping my voice as calm as I could. "You're known for your mercy and sense of fair play, right?" "All I have to do is keep you in there until the fire spreads enough to kill you," Victor said. "Sure. Let's all die together, Vic. Too bad about all your inventory down there, though, eh?" Victor snarled and pitched another burst of flame into the kitchen. This time, it was much easier to cover myself, half shielded as I already was by the counters. "Oh, cute," I said, my voice dripping scorn. "Fire is the simplest thing you can do. All the real wizards learn that in the first couple of weeks and move on up from there." I looked around the kitchen. There had to be something I could use, some way I could escape. But nothing presented itself. "Shut up!" Victor snarled. "Who's the will wizard here, huh? Who's the one with all the cards? And who's the one bleeding on the kitchen floor? You're nothing, Dresden. Nothing. You're a loser. And do you know why?" "Gee," I said. "Let me think." He laughed harshly. "Because you're an idiot. You're an idealist. Open your eyes, man. You're in the jungle now. It's survival of the fittest, and you've proven yourself unfit. The strong do as they wish, and the weak get trampled. When this is over, I'm gonna wipe you off my shoe and keep going like you never existed. Too late for that, I told him. I was in the mood to tell a white lie. The police know all about you, Vic. I told them myself. I told the White Council, too. You've never even heard of them, have you, Vic? They're like the Super Friends and the Inquisition all rolled up into one. You'll love them. They'll take you out like yesterday's garbage. God, you really are an ignorant bastard. There was a moment's silence, then... No, he said. You're lying. You're lying to me, Dresden. If I'm lying, I'm dying, I told him. Well, as far as I knew, I was. Oh, and Johnny Marcone, too. Made sure that he knew who and where you were. Son of a bitch, Victor said. You stupid son of a bitch. Who put you up to this, huh? Marcone? Is that why he pulled you off the street? I had to laugh, weakly. A bit of flaming cabinet fell off an upper shelf into the tiles next to me. It was getting hot in there. The fire was spreading. You never figured it out, did you, Vic? Who? Victor screamed at me. Who was it, damn you? That whore, Linda? Or whore friend Jennifer? Strike two, strike three. The other side gets a chance to steal, I said back. Hell, at least if I could keep him talking, I might keep him in the house long enough to go down with me. And if I could make him mad enough, he could make a mistake. Stop talking to him, Beckett said. He's not harmed. Let's kill him and get out of here before we all die. Go ahead, I said in a cheerful tone. Hell, I've got nothing to lose. I'll send this whole house up in a fireball that will make Hiroshima look like a hibachi. Make my day. Shut up, Victor shouted. Who was it, Dresden? Who, damn you? I gave him Monica. He might still be able to get to her if he got away. There was no sense in risking that. So all I said was, go to hell, Vic. Get the car started, Victor snarled. Get out through the deck doors. The scorpions will kill anything on the first floor. I heard motion in the room. Someone moving out the doors into the elevated deck at the back of the house. The fire continued to spread. Smoke rode the air in a thick haze. I've got to go, Dresden, Victor told me. His voice was gentle, almost a purr. But there's someone I want you to meet first. I got a sick, twisty little feeling in the pit of my stomach. Aljasak, Victor whispered. Power thrummed. The air shimmered and shone, began to twist and spiral. Kalshazak, Victor whispered again, louder, more demanding. I heard something, a warbling hiss that seemed to come from a great distance, rushing closer. The Black Wizard called the name for the third and final time, his voice rising to a screech. Kalshazak! There was a thunder crack in the house, a dull and sulphurous stench, and I craned my neck to see over the counter, risking a glance. Victor stood by the sliding glass doors that led out into the wooden deck. Red-orange flames wreathed the ceiling on that side of the house, and smoke was filling the room below, casting the whole place in a hellish glow. Crouched down, on the floor in front of Victor was the toad demon I had banished the night before. I had known that I hadn't killed it. You can't kill demons, as such. Only destroy the physical vessels they create for themselves when they come to the mortal world. If called again, they can create a new vessel without difficulty. I watched in fascination, stunned. I had only seen one person call a demon before, and I killed my old master shortly after. The thing crouched in front of Victor. its lightning blue eyes whirling with shades of scarlet hate, staring up at the black-clad wizard, trembling with the need to tear into him, to rend and destroy the mortal being who had dared summon it forth. Victor's eyes grew wider and more mad, glittering with fevered intensity. Sweat ran down his face, and he tilted his head slowly to one side, as though his vision were skewing along the horizontal, and by the motion he would compensate for it. I gave silent thanks that I had closed my third eye when I did. I did not want to see what that thing really looked like, and I didn't want to get a good look at the real Victor's cells either. The demon finally gave a hiss of frustration and turned toward me with a croaking growl. Victor dropped his head back and laughed, his will triumphant over that of the being he had called from beyond. "There, Dresden, do you see? The strong survive, and the weak are torn to little pieces." He flapped his hand at me and said to the demon, "Kill him." I struggled to my feet, supporting my weight on the counter, to face the demon as it rose and began to slow stalk toward me. "My God, Victor," I said, "I can't get over how clumsy you are." Victor's smile immediately became a snarling sneer once again. I saw fear touch the corners of his eyes, uncertainty even though he was on top, and I felt a little smile quirk my lips. I moved my gaze to the demons. "You really shouldn't just hand someone else a demon's name," I told him. Then I drew in a breath and shouted out in a voice of command, "Galshazak!" The demon stopped in its tracks and gave a whistling howl of agony and rage as I called its name and drew my will up to hurl against it. "Galshazak!" I snarled again. The demon's presence was suddenly there, in my head, raging, slippery and slimy and wiggling like a venomous tadpole. It was a pressure, horrible pressure on my temples that made me see stars, and threatened to steal enough of my balance to send me falling to the floor. I tried to speak again, and the words stuck in my throat. The demon hissed in anticipation, and the pressure on my head redoubled, trying to force me down, to make me give up the struggle, at which point the demon would be free to act. The lightning blue of its eyes became glaringly bright, painful to look upon. I thought of little Jenny's cells, oddly enough, and of Murphy, lying pale and unconscious on a stretcher in the rain, of Susan, crouched next to me, sick, unable to run. I had beaten this frog once. I could do it again. I cried out the demon's name for the third and final time, my throat burning and raw. The word came out garbled and imperfect, and for a sinking moment I feared the worst. The Galshazak howled again, and hurled itself furiously to the floor, thrashing its limbs about like a poisoned bug, raging and tearing great swaths out of the carpet. I sagged, a wariness that came over me threatening to make me black out. "What are you doing?" Victor said, his voice rising to a high-pitched shriek. "What are you doing?" He was staring at the demon in horror. "Kill him! Kill him! I am your master! Kill him!" The demon howled in rage, turning its burning glare to me, and then Victor, as though trying to decide whom to devour first. Its eyes settled on Victor, who went pale and ran for the doors. "Oh, no, you don't," I muttered, and I uttered the last spell I could manage. One final time, on the last gasps of my power, the wind rose and lifted me from the earth. I hurtled into Victor like an ungainly cannonball, driving him away from the doors, past the demon as it made an awkward lunge at us, and toward the railing of the balcony. We fell in a confused heap at the edge of the balcony that overlooked the room below, full of dark smoke and the red glow of flame. The air had grown almost too hot to breathe. Pain jolted through my hip, more bright and blinding than anything I had ever imagined, and I sucked in a breath. The smoky air burned, made me choke and gasp. I looked up. Fire was spreading everywhere. The demon was crouched between us and the only way out. Over the edge of the balcony was only chaos and flame and smoke. Strange, dark smoke that should have been rising, but instead it was mostly settled along the floor like London fog. The pain was too great. I simply couldn't move. I couldn't even take in enough breath to scream. "Damn you!" Victor screamed. He regained his feet and hauled me up towards his face with berserk strength. "You!" he repeated. "What happened? What did you do?" "The fourth law of magic forbids the binding of any being against its will," I grated out. Pain was tight around my throat, making me fight to speak the words. "So I stepped in and cut your control over it, and didn't establish any of my own." Victor's eyes widened. "You mean it's free?" I confirmed. I glanced at the demon. "Looks hungry." "What do we do?" Victor said. His voice was shaking, and he started shaking me too. "What do we do?" "Die," I said. "Hell, I was going to do that anyway. At least this way I take you out with me." I saw him glance at the demon, then back to me. Eyes terrified and calculating. "Work with me," he said. "You stopped it before. You can stop it again. You can beat it. Together. And leave." I studied him for a moment. I couldn't kill him with magic. I didn't want to. And it only would have brought a death sentence on my head in any case. I could stand by and do nothing. And that's exactly what I did. I smiled at him, closed my eyes, and did nothing. "But you then, Dresden," Victor snarled. "You can only eat one of us at a time, and I'm not going to be the one eaten today." And he pricked me up to hurl me toward the demon. I objected with fragile tenacity. We grappled. Fire raged. Smoke billowed. The demon came closer, lightning eyes gleaming through the hell-lit gloom. Victor was shorter than me, stockier, better at wrestling, and he hadn't been shot in the hip. He levered me up and almost threw me, but I moved quicker, whipping my right arm at his head and catching him with a flailing free end of Murphy's handcuff, breaking his motion. He tried to break away, but I held onto him, dragged him in a circle to slam against the guardrail of the balcony, and we both toppled over. Desperation gives a man extraordinary resources. I flailed at the balcony railing and caught it at the base, keeping myself from going over into the roiling smoke below. I shot a glance below and saw the glistening brown hide of one of the scorpions, its stinging tail held up like the mast of a ship cutting through smoke at least 4 feet deep. The room was filled with angry, clicking, scuttling sounds. Even in a single desperate glance, I saw a couch torn to pieces by a pair of scorpions in less time than it took to take a breath. They loomed over it, their tails waving in the air like flags from the back of golf carts. Hell's bells. Victor had grabbed onto the railing a little above me and to the left, and he stared at the oncoming demon with a face twisted with hatred. I saw him draw in a breath and try to plant a foot firmly enough to free one hand to point at the oncoming demon in some sort of magical attack or defense. I couldn't allow Victor to get out of this. He was still whole. If he could knock the demon down, he might still slip out. So I had to tell him something that would make him mad enough to try to take my head off. "Hey, Vic," I shouted. "It was your wife! It was Monica that ratted on you!" The words hit him like a physical blow, and his head whipped around toward me, his face contorting in fury. He started to say something to me, the words of a spell meant to blow me to bits, maybe. But the toad demon interrupted him by rearing up with an angry hiss and snapping its jaws down over Victor's collarbone and throat. Bone broke with audible snaps, and Victor squealed in pain, his arms and legs shuddering. He tried to push his way down, away from the demon, and the creature's balance wobbled. I gritted my teeth and tried to hold on. A scorpion leapt at me, brown and gleaming, and I drew my legs up out of reach of its pincers, just barely. "Bastard!" Victor cried, struggling uselessly in the demon's jaws. There was blood running down his body, fast and hot. The demon had hit an artery, and it was simply holding on, wavering at the edge of the balcony as Victor struggled and started kicking at my near hand. He hit me once, twice, and my balance wavered, my grip slipping. A quick glance below me showed me another scorpion, getting ready to jump at me. This one closer. "Murphy," I thought. "I should have listened to you. If the scorpions didn't kill me, the demon would. And if the demon didn't, the fire was going to kill me. I was going to die." There was a certain peace in thinking that, and knowing that it was all about to be over. I was going to die. It was as simple as that. I had fought as hard as I could, done everything I could think of. It was over. I found myself, in my final seconds, idly wishing that I could have had time to apologize to Murphy, that I could apologize to Jenny Sells for killing her daddy, that I could apologize to Linda Randall for not figuring things out fast enough and saving her life. Murphy's handcuffs lay tight and cold against my forearm, as monsters and demons and black wizards and smoke closed in all around me. I closed my eyes. Murphy's handcuffs. My eyes snapped open. Murphy's handcuffs. Victor swung his foot in my left hand again. I kicked with my legs and hauled with my shoulders to give me a second of lift, and grabbed Victor Sell's pant leg with my left hand. With my right, I flicked the free end of the handcuffs around one of the bars of the guardrail. The ring of metal cycled around on its hinges and locked into place. Then, as I started to fall back down, I hauled hard on Victor's leg. He screamed, a horrible, high-pitched squeal, as he started to fall. Kaljasak, finally overbalanced by the additional weight and leverage I had added to Victor's struggles, pitched over the balcony guardrail and into the smoke below, crashing down to the floor, carrying Victor with him. There was a rush of scuttling, clicking sounds, a piercing whistle hiss from the demons. Victor's screams rose to something high-pitched and horrible, until he sounded more like an animal, a pig squealing at slaughter, than a man. I swung from the balcony, my feet several feet above the fray, held suspended in an acutely painful fashion by Murphy's handcuffs. One looping around my wrist, the other locked around the balcony railing. I looked down as my vision started to fade. I saw a sea of brown, gleaming plates of segmented chitinous armor. I saw the scorpion's stinging tails flashing down over and over again. I saw the lightning eyes of Kaljazak's physical vessel. And I saw one of them pierced and put out by the flashing sting of one of the scorpions. And I saw Victor's cells, struck over and over again by stingers the size of ice picks, the wounds foaming with poison. The demon ignored the pincers and the stingers of the scorpions that began tearing him apart. His face contorted in the final agony of rage and fear. The strong survive, and the weak get eaten. I guess Victor had invested in the wrong kind of strength. I didn't want to watch what was happening below me. The fires consuming the ceiling above were rather beautiful, actually. Rolling waves of flame, cherry red, sunset orange. I was too weak to try to get out of this mess, and the entire thing had become far too annoying and painful to even consider anymore. I just watched the flames and waited and noticed, oddly, that I was simply starving. And no wonder. I hadn't eaten a decent meal since Friday. You notice odd things in those final moments, they say. And then you start seeing things. For instance, I saw Morgan come through the sliding glass doors leading in from the outside deck, the silver sword of the White Council's justice in his hands. I saw one of the scorpions, now the size of a German shepherd, figure out the stairs, scuttle up them, and hurtle at Morgan. I saw Morgan's silver sword slash, snicker-snack, and leave the scorpion in writhing pieces on the floor. Then I saw Morgan, his expression grim, his weight making the fire-chewed balcony shudder, come for me. His eyes narrowed when he saw me, and he lifted the sword, leaning far over the balcony railing. The blade flashed bright silver in the firelight as it started to come down. Typical, was my last thought. How perfectly typical. To survive everything the bad guys could do, and get taken down by the people for whose cause I had been fighting. That is the end of chapter 26.
So good. You are doing way too good of a job on this.
We've got one more chapter left to go, everyone.
A timely reappearance.
And that's it.
The dungeon awaits.
The narrating will be done.
Serio Khan just resubscribed for 30 months. Razim Peak.
Serio, thank you so much for that resub and your 30 months of support. Thank you. I hope you're all enjoying this. I know I sure am. So for me, it's a combination of just enjoying the narration, but also getting to share this with everybody. I've been enjoying this series a lot.
Yeah, yeah, it hasn't been half bad. All right, everyone. We've got one last chapter to go. Shall we push through?
I say yay.
Rygone Book Club? Alrighty. Let's go ahead and read the last chapter. I'm done, Brian. Finish it. Chapter 27. I awoke somewhere cool and dark, in tremendous pain, coughing my lungs out. Rain was falling on my face, and it was the greatest feeling I'd ever known. Morgan's face was over mine, and I realized he'd been giving me CPR. Ew. I coughed and spluttered, and sat up, wheezing for breath. Morgan watched me for a moment, then scowled and stood up, eyes flickering around. I managed to get enough wind to speak, and said numbly, You saved me. He grimaced. Yes. But why? He looked at me again, then stooped to pick up his sword and slip it into the scabbard at his side. Because I saw what happened in there. I saw you risk your life to stop the Shadow Man without breaking any of the laws. You weren't the killer. I coughed some more and said, That doesn't mean you had to save me. He turned and blinked at me, as though puzzled. What do you mean? Could have let me die. His hard expression never changed. But he said, You weren't guilty. You're a part of the White Council. His mouth twisted as though the words were fresh lemons. Technically, I have an obligation to preserve your life. It was my duty. I wasn't the killer, I said. No. So, I wheezed, that would make me right, and then that would make you... Morgan scowled. More than ready to carry out the doom if you cross the line, Dresden. Don't think this has gotten you off the hook, as far as I'm concerned. So, if I remember correctly, as a warden, it's your duty to report on my conduct to the council, isn't it? His scowl darkened. So you're going to have to go to them on Mud Day and tell them all about what really happened. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, he snarled. It is even possible they will lift the doom. I started laughing, weakly. You haven't won, Dresden. There are many on the council who would know full well what you have consorted with the powers of darkness. We, at least, will not relax on our vigil on you. We will watch you day and night. We will prove that you are a danger who must be stopped. I kept laughing. I fell over on my side. I laughed so much. Morgan arched an eyebrow and simply stared at me. Are you all right? Give me about a gallon of Listerine, I choked, and I'll be fine. Morgan just stared at me, and I laughed harder. He rolled his eyes and growled something about the police being here any moment to provide medical care. Then he turned and stomped off into the woods, muttering to himself the whole way. The police arrived in time to catch the Becketts trying to leave, and arrested them for, of all things, being naked. Later, they were implicated in the three-eye drug ring and prosecuted on distribution charges. Just as well for them that they're in the Michigan justice system. They wouldn't have come out of a cell alive if they'd been in Chicago. It wouldn't have been good for Johnny Marcone's business. The varsity suffered a mysterious fire the night of my visit. I hear Marcone didn't have any trouble collecting the insurance money, in spite of all the odd rumors going around. Word hit the street that Marcone had hired Harry Dresden to take out the head of the Three-Eye Gang. One of those rumors that you can't trace back to any one person. I didn't try to deny it. It was a cheap enough price to not have to worry about anyone bombing my car. I was too hospitalized to show up at the meeting of the White Council. But it turned out that they decided to lift the Doom of Damocles, which I had always thought a rather pretentious name in any case, from me, due to valorous action above and beyond the call of duty. I don't think Morgan ever forgave me for being a good guy. He had eat crow in front of the whole council, relentlessly driven by his anal retentive sense of duty and honor. There's no love lost between us, but the guy was honest. I'll give him credit for that. And hell, at least I don't have to look forward to him popping out from nowhere every time I cast a spell. Hope. Murphy was in critical condition for nearly 72 hours, but she pulled through. They gave her a room right down the hall from me, in fact. I sent flowers to her hospital room, along with a surviving ring of her handcuffs. I told her, in a note, not to ask how the chain between the rings had been so neatly severed. I don't think she'd buy that someone cut it with a magic sword. The flowers must have helped. The first time she got out of bed was to totter down the hall to my room, throw them in my face, and leave without saying a word. She professed to having no memory of what happened in my office, and maybe she didn't. But in any case, she got the warrant for my arrest rescinded, and a couple weeks later, when she went back to work, she called me in for advice the next day, and she sent a big check to cover my expenses in the murder investigations. I guess that means we're friends again, in a professional sense. We don't joke anymore. Some wounds don't heal very quickly. The police found the remains of the huge three-eye stash in what was left of the lake house, and Victor Sells eventually came up as the bad guy. Monica Sells and her children vanished into witness protection. I hope they've got a better life now than they had before. I suppose it couldn't be much worse. Bob eventually came home again, more or less within the 24-hour time limit, I suppose. I turned a deaf ear to rumors of a particularly wild party at the University of Chicago, which lasted from Saturday night to Sunday night. Bob wisely never mentioned it. Date with a Demon was a headliner for the arcade when it came out the following Monday, and Susan came by my hospital room to bring me a copy and to talk to me about it. She seemed greatly amused by the cast that held my hips immobilized until the docs could be sure there wasn't too much fracturing. The x-ray machine kept fouling whenever they tried to use it on me for some reason. I commented that it was a pity I wasn't more mobile. I used the sympathy factor to badger another date out of her, and she didn't seem to mind too much. That time, we were not interrupted by a demon, and I didn't need any of Bob's love potions or advice. Thank you very much. Mac got his Trans Am back. I got the Blue Beetle back. That didn't seem exactly equitable, but at least the Beetle still runs most of the time. made sure to send pizza out to Toot Toot and his fairy buddies every night for a week, and once a week ever since. I'm pretty sure the kid from Pizza Express thought I was loony, having him drop off pizza by the roadside. Heck with him. I make good on my promises. Mister got a little short-changed on the whole deal, but it is well beneath his dignity to notice such things. And me? Did I get out of it? I'm not really sure. I escaped from something that had been following me for a long time. I'm just not sure what. I'm not sure who is more certain that I was a walking Antichrist waiting to happen. The conservative branch of the White Council? The men like Morgan? Or me? For them, at least, the question had been partly laid to rest. Myself, though, I'm not so sure. The power is there. The temptation is there. That's just the way it's going to be. I can live with that. The world is getting weirder, darker every single day. Things are spinning around faster and faster, and threatening to go completely awry. Falcons and falconeers. The center cannot hold. But in my corner of the country, I'm trying to nail things down. I don't want to live in Victor's jungle, even if it did eventually devour him. I don't want to live in a world where the strong rule and the weak cower. I'd rather make a place where things are a little quieter, where trolls stay the hell under their bridges, and where elves don't come swooping out to snatch children from their cradles, where vampires respect the limits, where the fairies mind their P's and Q's. My name is Harry Blackstone Copperfield Dresden. Conjure by it at your own risk. When things get strange, when what goes bump in the night flicks on the lights, when no one else can help you, give me a call. I'm in the book. And that is the end of Harry Dresden Book 1.
You did a fantastic job with that.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Well, I guess that's it.
Until I get you the next book in the series.
I guess so.
Ooh.
As for me, I should probably end my stream. I don't particularly feel like streaming until the early hours of the morning.
I was thinking of ending mine here, too.
So, to everyone on my stream, thank you all for coming by, hanging out, and just being awesome people. I know today was kind of a little bit all over the place, but I appreciate your patience as I read and as I played. Thank you all so much, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
You okay there?
I gotta fix my sound.
Ah. Oh, hey there, Pixel. Good to see you were still, lurking around. Alright, let's wrap up this stream. Thank you everybody for joining us today for City Skylines 2, as well as art streams, and of course the fantastic narration by Rygone. Do make sure you check out Rygone over at the channel Rygone Plays. He is fantastic, an awesome guy, you won't regret it. But check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, whether it is financially or just with your time. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by and hanging out, and of course you can do so by subscribing to our YouTube, which is just about there to full partnership. I need your support and help to get it all the rest of the way there. But anyways, for now, thanks so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.